Your music at the start of the stream sounds like Soul Eater piano resonance madness. Does it? It's actually from an artist who's on YouTube known as Azali. I don't know if I'm ever pronouncing it correctly, but reached out to them and they let me use their music, which was super sweet. And they're linked in the description if you want to check out their channel. Oh, Spagolini. Hello, Justin. How are you? How are you doing? Oh, it has been quite a time since I was last here, hasn't it? Life is quite the roller coaster these days, but here we are. We're still here. We're still kicking. And okay. I'll set a question for you guys to receive in 20 seconds. Um how was your day? And rated out of 10. Sorry, the style sounds the same. It's pretty dope. Hi everyone. Hi Toma. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So let me put up the Geoguessr for everyone that's new. Oh, did you guys miss this? Did you guys miss that? Um, yeah, it was over, but now we back. Yes, we are so back. We are so back. We're so back that it's crazy, actually. This is barely visible, but you know what? Fuck it, we ball. Or are you gonna read Freud in the middle of the road? Listen, we don't ask questions like that here. Ops. We're starting with 3 rounds of GeoGuessr, as we always do, and then we're gonna go to Beyond the Pleasure Principle. So, you guys get the general gist. Ooh, I see! Hi! Oh my gosh, I see has appeared. Hello, hello doors. These are, I don't know if you guys can tell that I have some favorites in chat, but well, I don't name favorites, but if I were to. Okay, chat. Konnichiwa, Guan, Mina Slimes. I think it's time for some GeoGuessr. Even though... Are we gonna do good? Because I don't know where we are, and it's looking American almost. Evil aura from the woman in chat. Are you referring... Don't talk about Icy like that. Gosh. Jury duty. Oh, is that how your day went? I'm sorry, I think. Unless jury duty is fun for you. Wait, let me adjust the camera. Hello, hello. How are we doing? Oh, I was recently on on a ASMR channel. Friend of the channel. No, they're right. um Also, if you get over 900 in this game in the first 10 tries, I'll donate $100. I was gonna donate anyways, but want to see helmet. Wait, if I get over a 900, all of them just evil sorceress energy. I see. Is I think the only girl present? Toma. I don't know what you go by, but yeah, no. I'm he him, so I feel like I should put that on screen somewhere. He him pronouns for me. Rest actually maybe all of chat is also he him pronouns. I don't know, except for Icy. Icy gets a pass. But okay. If I get over 900, do you mean like under 900 meters? I can try. I can try. This is Australia, I think. Doors, do you say that because you hate Australia? So, okay, let me make myself a little bit smaller. Despite wanting to take up most of the screen, I'm going to go zoop. Hello, hello, I'm and small. Hi. And I have a new microphone that's out of sight, therefore out of mind. But hopefully you can hear me still pretty okay. Uh, actually, I'm spiritually a girl, says Justin. You know what, Justin? You're get into the Jungian of that, and you're gonna see that that's actually very good for you. There's a little gum tree in the background. It's Bosnia, says Slayshot. Slayshot, how? Bum-ass middle of nowhere, USA. Got it. Yep, there we go. Ain't that just the way? Actually, no, this is kind of looking Australian to me. This is, give way, they say. Give way! Give way to what? Give way to what? What's the new microphone? I forgot. It's a Shure something, 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 something. But it was donated. Very, very graciously. Okay. Listen, if we get under 900 in Australia, I don't know if that's even possible, but like... it is giving Australia. I think you were on to something with that, Doors. And then Point Homestead... Wait, Point Cook Homestead Road. Trying. What are we? If we're in the middle of like suburbia Australia, I can't. These kids. They're just zooming away. Man, I'm not gonna guess Australia correctly. +04 is Australian line. Fuck, I'm goated. Fuck. That doesn't count! You've extra... I can't say anything. Not the game you're playing. I posted a link to the game in chat, but I guess you can't see it. Oh, let me... The Vatican. Slaygo, are you... Sorry, Slayshot, are you, religious maxing right now? Are we Catholic maxing? Uh, no, I didn't see a link anywhere. What game? Australia is literally goofy country. Yeah, everything's upside down. I don't know why they do that. It's really confusing for the rest of us. There's no phone lines, brother. I know all the phone lines. Oh yeah? What's the Tunisian one? Hmm? Don't look it up. Say it right now. You have 5 seconds. You don't even have 5 seconds. Slayshot says I'm. So true. Sleepwalking says America Road, not Europa. No, we're probably in Australia here. Sleepwalking. I gotta. We're not in Bosnia, despite, or the Vatican, despite what Slayshot might be, slinging. To what? To what? To what end? To what beginning? To what degree? I don't know what I'm saying. 216 is the Tunisian line. You took too long. You looked it up. I could tell. You're not fooling anyone. Some Italian gibberish. Slayshot says hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Oh, someone's getting cheeky in chat. Okay, so. Oh, no, now you guys need a little bit of my off screen. Don't look at that. But no. Yeah, you can't see that. Don't even joke. You know we got friends in Tunis places. Ah! I see with the freaking one-liners. Oh my gosh. Always just like making me look absolutely childish in my own stream in comparison. Never ask Icy for a one-liner because she has something up her sleeve no matter what the occasion. It's not fair. Um, are you gonna put all of these talks into one video, Super Kid? Realistically, I'm probably just going to do a VO of the entirety of the freaking, maybe not the entire book, maybe like a chapter or so. Because to be fair, Freud does not, I believe this one is in the public domain. Should be fine. Tuna, but I believe it's still under the Freud estate, but also like, I don't know if they're checking that hard. Um, Tunis what? Is that some Mongolian place? Yes, Justin, it is. It is. How did you know? How did you know? Okay, so let's look around a little bit more because we didn't get very much with that. Okay, got even less. We surely got significantly less. Actually, that's a big sign down there. Maybe we should check that out. Take me, take me. Okay. I don't know how fast I'm zipping along here, but it feels like I'm zipping pretty fast. Wetlands Tower, Rath Museum, Point Cook Homestead. I am going to look at Australia because I don't even know where we might be. I don't know. Any Oceania people in chat want to help out? Uh, I know. What is it? Slayshaw, are you gonna say another place that's gonna relate to Catholicism? It's not giving New South Wales. Mm. Entrance? Wetlands. I was thinking, well, I can't look it up, can I? But why? Why would they do this? This is so confusing. Watch it be Florida, just to mess with me. Doesn't really give Floridian architecture, but I don't know, chat. Feel free to chime in here. Looking at Melbourne. Is this Melbourne? I can't do a solid British. Whoa! Australian accent. South Sudan. Florida's so beautiful. Shame literally everyone there is evil. So true. It's South Sudan. Why is that? I don't know if there's any verity to that statement, but that would be very... Venego Drive, saltwater. Okay, like inhuman fish creatures that emerged from the sea. That's a Lovecraft book. And also where I came from. Listen, don't be racist. It's rude. I might be a mer person, but it's not like, you don't need to be freaking racist about it. CHN! Vote for whoever that is, I guess. This is saltwater reservoir. Saltwater reserve. Ah, let me zoom. Let me zoom. Guys suck. This actually does almost look Floridian, which is kind of terrifying. Well, you're a siren. You're one of those good fish people. No, I'm a deep sea mermaid. Deep sea merman. He, him pronouns. Saltwater Reserve. Give us your secrets. Yeah, tell us what's up. Tell us what's up, buckaroo. Oh, definitely. So 60 kilometers. Bike lane. Well maintained. Tribeca Village. Where the fuck are we? Oh god, if this is not Australia, this is gonna be so embarrassing. Saltwater Promenade. So well maintained. Mermans are just Samoans. I'm definitely not Samoan. Chat, feel free to chime in here. And like the video, because if not, stream gets suppressed and I die. I just perish on the spot. It's quite entertaining actually, when I perish. I hope to do so right now, actually. Point Cook Road. Hot bus? Where the frick is Point Cook? Should be near the coast, right? Yeah. BRB. It's totally Australia. I'm never wrong said. Doors. Okay. Okay. Okay, Doors. So, yeah, no, definitely near the coast because it says salt. Don't tell me it's like some. Oh. We couldn't be, right? They wouldn't fuck with me that much. Would they? Like the stream or YouTube itself will put tropical in the guillotine. No, no. YouTube will put me in the guillotine. I will be guillotined by YouTube. Don't get it twisted. School style. No, that did not sound Australian. I'm losing my Australian accent. I used to be able to do a pretty solid one. School style. Ah, frick. I don't even remember. Crikey. Crikey. That's a big one. Fuck. I really need to start working on my accents again because it's getting. Ooh, Friendly Beaches is a very cute name. Um, yeah. I need to work on my accents again. It's getting kind of pathetic how bad I am. Uh, Point Cook. Point Cook Road. Australia. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Friendly Geordies is a pretty good marker of someone who has a very, like, clean, um, where is he from again? Like, New South Wales? Yeah, he's a pretty, like, clear accent. Someone from New South Wales, in my opinion. New South Wales. Even though he doesn't say it like that, because I haven't practiced. That's not funny. My parents kicked me out when I came out as Australian to them. I'm sorry that you're Australian, Justin. It happens to the best of us. We can't all not be Australian. North Territory, Perth. Perhaps we're by Perth. Where would the wetlands be? Oh man. Wait, what was the game that Helmet was talking about? Do we automatically block do links in chat? I don't know. I'm sorry. Quick message. Um, hmm. Okay. Honing back in. Helmet, are you still there? Okay, so we're definitely in Australia. At least that is confirmed by. Are we in New South Wales? Usually, when they put us in Australia, we tend to be put into New South Wales. Either that or we're in West Australia, which has way different geology, which is significantly more red. Um, did you know that Australians are born out of eggs and they tell us skull. They tell us in skull. Wait, they tell us in skull in Sweden. Really? Honestly, that sounds accurate. All Australians sound like marsupials to me. Did you know that all Australians are marsupials? Oh, message. Okay. Mm, I see. Can you post uh links in chat as a mod? Is that an ability of yours? Helmet got eaten by a dingo? Yes. I'm sorry that you got eaten by a dingo, Helmet. That's rough. It happens to the best of us. Here, I'm also gonna put on background music if it works. Ooh, nice, okay. So let's check out this link. Oh, it is a rhythm game that Helmet has posted. Huh. Um, okay. Let's see if I can do that. I can get a 900. Can you keep rhythm when the beat drops out? Like with space or what? Hmm, that's not great. To protect from the drop bears. I love Australia, says sleepwalking. Okay. If I can get a 900, I can try one more time. That was a little off-putting, but I might as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close. Close. I don't know. Are you guys seeing my score? Mm, Over 900 in the first 10 tries. Oh, wait, I only need 10 tries. What? I can do that. Okay, let's go. PragerU background? Perhaps. Hold on. Mm. Yeah, I could tell that there were two that were like way off. $8.50. 8 left. How hard is it to get 100 or 1,000? Getting anxiety over this. What? Maybe I should try with my mouse? Is that more accurate? I feel like it's not. That's not more accurate. That's not more accurate. That didn't even try. Oh no. Don't tell me that wasted an attempt. Yeah, that was really off. Damn, I should have stuck to the space bar. What the heck? Okay. $8.42. Mm. $8.94. What the fuck? No! Oh, that's so annoying. Mm-hmm. Can you guys see that? Okay. How many attempts do I have left? I don't know. Dun 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 dun. That I knew that one was off. One of them was pretty off, yeah. 4. Okay. Let's speed run this. If only I wish it was just like a little bit quicker. It's like enough that it's like dun 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 dun. 885? Lame. What is the average score for this usually? I want to know if I'm at least doing good. Da 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 da. Yeah, that one was pretty bad. I was thinking 1N, 2N, 3N, 4N. Being in the 800s is pretty good. N, 2N, 3N, 4N, 1N, 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 2N, 3N, 4N. Yeah, I could tell that one was also off. But I think there's something with that. 1N, 2N, 3N, 4N, 1N, 2N, 3N, 4N, 1, 2N, 3N, 4N, 1N, 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 3N, 4N. That was even worse. What the heck? How many attempts do I have left? Because now I'm getting kind of butthurt. I'm like so close to 900. Ba, 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 ba. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh. Started around 400, 500, 400, got on 800. I'm under so much pressure and also I'm making the audience sad. At the end of stream, oh, thank you, Helmet. I really appreciate that. Okay. Let's see if I can just get close to 900. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How is I should have ended it on a good note while I was still up there, but I didn't. And I'm stupid and I'm dumb. Okay, now this is actually kind of getting me butthurt. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that was bad. 2. 1. Ba 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 ba. No, that was off. That was off. I don't even want to end that one. No, that was bad. Take a break, broski. No! I was doing so well. Yeah, that was off. I could tell. Yeah, immediately once this hit, I was like, no. Nah. Cool Cottonwood says, I don't know what that emoji is. Which one is that? That's an emoji. Yeah. It's one of them. Uh, orange cat whistling. Yes, orange cat whistling. I concur. Well, okay. Now we're back to my Midwest emo Minecraft. Okay. I'm gonna guess we're in New South Wales and we can hedge. Wait, but it's okay. So it's salt water. Are we by Melbourne? Melbourne? Are we by oh, oh my gosh. I'm losing my Australian accent. Oh, we all got it? Got what? Got 915? Justin! No! Okay, now that's a point of pride. Now I need to reservoir. Reservoir? 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 Hello? What does that mean? But Melbourne water reservoirs. Okay, never mind. Well, why is that one? That's weird, right? Okay, for the sake of Churchill. Um, let's just fucking guess. Melbourne and call it a day. Highest was 948. Okay, you guys are making me butt hurt, and now I need to go back and fix this. Are we okay with this guess? Because now I want to actually, like, do this properly. If everyone's getting in the 900s and I'm here. Oh, it might be because I'm streaming. That wouldn't do anything, right? No. Okay. Um, huh. Like the stream, or else I get sent to the abyss, where I debatably belong, but we like breaking rules. And, are we okay with this, guys? I don't wanna, this is, I'm, it, it's giving, like, enough money to be New South Wales. I don't know where, where were we? Port something. It was salt some, I don't know. I'm gonna guess this. Mischievous Mel. Mischievous Melbourne. Melbourne. Whoa! Oh! Oh! Let's go! Whoa. Okay. Look at that. We were in a cheeky little Melbourne section. We were in a cheeky little no, it's not that, is it? Cheeky little Melbourne section. Look at that. We're at 27 kilometers. Nothing to sniff at. For just an actual guess. Hey, let's go. Okay. Oi. Oi, mate. Okay. Okay. I got the GPS. Yeah, the GPS is in my head. No. Okay. Where are we next? Because we're round 2 of G. Where the fuck? I hate it when they do this. Where is this? Redlands. Are we in Australia again? Why would they do this? Oi. Oi, days. Genoa. Fucking where? Just drop me in the desert, why don't you? As if this is gonna help me one bit. And the car is not visible. And the scenery's very scarce, but quite nice, I guess. Oh, sign! And dried up. Los Angeles? Huh? You're gonna give it a guess? Go for it. Hi, Pebble. Hi. California? Okay, yeah, I think California might be pretty accurate. Bro, lol. Yeah, Australia's so large and dry. Yeah, I don't think Australia has Los Angeles in it. Okay, so we're close to Los Angeles. Which one is the Redlands Fairway? Oh, so we have some mountains next to us. Which one is the Redlands Fairway? We're not. Uh, you took a random guess? That's quite good then, Justin. That's like the second time that you've done something pretty accurate to where we were. And we're by Desert Center? Who the heck is Desert Center? Did it say how many miles from LA? Yeah, 184. So we can just keep. Oh man, I need a massage so badly. Uh, okay. So Redlands Fair Fairway. Which? Tell me your secrets. I want to assume that it's like State Road 5 or something, but I don't know. Maybe the road to Nevada? Perhaps. Would it be named Redlands Fairway? Joshua Tree. Well, these Whitewater. Well, we obviously can't be that close. Cactus City, Mecca, Oasis. Um, Rancho de los Palomas, Desert Center, and I'm blah 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 blah. Um, the Siberia. Know that there was Siberia in California. Mexico, but the sign is very American. I don't know. Indio. Wait, did I briefly see that? Um, Tijuana is. Oh no, I didn't mean to select that. Ah, Blythe, Palm Springs, Long Beach. Albanian. Justin, you guessed California correctly already. Come on. Don't let it get out of you now. Joshua Tree. Oh, oh, I don't know if I care that much. I'm going to just guess something arbitrary because it's easy that way. And I know this we're apparently close enough to. Oh, but it's giving me such an easy sign. Glasgow. Glasgow. Desert Center. I. Do I just accept the fact that I'm stupid? uh, what an odd name for. Okay, maybe, perhaps, if we switch on to here. No, no, here. No, bad. Switch me on to the other road. I want to see what the other road is named. Yes. It's still Redlands Fairway, and that's a BMW, baby. Ah. Palos Verdes. I saw that briefly. Uh, oh, wait, India's right here. Coachella, Cactus City. Okay, so we must be on one of these. Yeah, and this is a BMW. We're in an affluent area. There's no way we're not. Oh, Red Lions Fairway. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. And we are only 8 miles away from. Okay, so let's go back to the other road. Woo, that swiftly took me there. And we were quite a ways down here, I believe. Something like that. Yeah, just plopped us like here-ish. So if we were, and Desert Palms was farther. And yeah, so we're definitely like 8 miles from. Okay, so Mecca Hills Wilderness. Blink benchmark. What is Blink benchmark? Oh, terrain. Woo. Hmm. Okay, so technically, we can be little shits. I'm going to assume we're probably like right here-ish. Considering that, okay. We have mountains here and here and here and here. And at some point, if we kept going, just around the river bend, waiting just around the river bend. Might be wrong, sorry. No, you're fine. Well, technically, this is like the mountain bend, the highway bend. I look once more, just around the river bend. Wait, hold on, you guys can't hear. Maybe you can hear me better if I sing without voice isolation on. Just around the river bend, beyond the shore, somewhere past the sea, don't know what for. Why do all my dreams begin just around the river bend? For me, waiting for me. Oh, we can see. Ah. What I like most about rivers is you can't. And hey, that was a pretty good guess if the pass is right there. You can't pass over the same river twice, or something like that. The water's always changing, always flowing. And people, I guess, can't live like that. We all must find. I don't remember the lyrics. We all must pick a path. Da-da-da-da-da-da, of ever knowing what's around the river bend, waiting just around. No! We were so close. Well, 71 kilometers. Ugh. We were closer than what I literally just guessed. Musical stream, Pebble says. Maybe, I don't know. I can sing Disney songs in the background if you guys want. If Disney doesn't, if the mouse doesn't kill me on stream. If you guys want me to sing as I'm doing this, I will do so, but I need like at least 3 yeses in chat before I do such a thing. But I guess I might just do it anyway out of habit. Yeah. I haven't even warmed up or anything, so it'll be shitty singing, but it'll be singing nonetheless. Sort of Midwest emo. Waiting just around the river bend, I look once more, just around the river bend, beyond the shore, somewhere past the sea, don't know what for. Why do all my dreams begin just around the river bend? Or that didn't happen. Wow. Sorry. What is, oh, no, I need that. But people, I guess, can't live like that. We all almost truly knowing what's around the riverbend, waiting just around the riverbend. I look once more, just around the bend, beyond the shore, somewhere past the sea. Don't know what for. Why do all my dreams begin just around the riverbed? For me, waiting for me. Sorry. Technical difficulties, which was just my... I've learned one line. What line is that? I haven't learned any lines. Okay, so we have one more round of Geoguessr before we just get straight into reading. Or wait, no, I was going to get a better score at the freaking rhythm game. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 1. No, I got that one super off. One, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I'm just bad. No. That makes me upset. I do wonder to what extent it is actually. Can I click on other buttons? Is that a thing that I can do? Oh. Wait, did you guys see that?
Didn't get over A900, but that was pretty funny to see. Thanks for even attempting.
Thank you. I don't know if that actually appeared on stream, but yippee! That did scare the crap out of me when it happened. Okay, I didn't know that I could use more than one button, so that's helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is that worse? I think actually because I'm okay, maybe this is a cope, but I think because I'm streaming, you guys see that I'll like hit it and it'll kind of come in a little bit late, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How am I getting significantly worse? Apollo says haunted by text-to-speech. Yes. Bro got old Chinese woman text-to-speech. It depends. Okay. So don't blame us. I'm not I am actually. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, chat. Let me do the 1, 2, 3, 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What am I supposed to do? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Yeah, if you do, so my text-to-speech goes as such. The more that you donate, the more clear the voice is. So if you actually do a pretty, If you do a donation that is of a non-meager amount, it is pretty clear. But also I just like hearing the accents that it comes up with. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I could tell that one was off. Well, suggest songs in chat that I'll sing to while I do this final round of Geoguessr. Wouldn't like it, so I don't feel freaking pathetic. That was so pathetic. Oh, whatever. I don't know. What's another... that Anastasia song. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost... This is in French. Avenue du Maréchal Mannery. Du Maréchal Mannery. 01.com. What in tarnation? Wait a minute. This is not French. What small streets though? What music do I like? Close your eyes and not say anything. Lol, I think it's messing you up. Do you actually? Okay, I might try that after this guess. This is not giving it directly French. And those are palm trees, so that's... Passage sur la vie. Ok. On est où? Chantier. Okay, we are in France. Chantier interdit au public. Bénéficiaire. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses prance through a silver storm. What does it say? I can't read that from here. Schlecher. Attendre. Check the plates on cars. It might be Montreal. I know, because it said .fr, which is definitely not what the... Because this is not Montreal. Can tell you that much. It's definitely France. Horses prance through a silver storm. Figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon. Haha, look at those youths. So many kids. Wow, that's a lot of kids. They look... It's good that they're censored. They look very French, though, but then I feel like I'm making assumptions. I don't know. It's definitely a European license plate. Rue Gabriel Paris? Rue Gabriel Paris. Okay. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses prance through a silver storm. Figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember. And a song someone sings once upon December. I would do the last part, but I don't want to hit that high when I haven't actually warmed up my voice, because I'll do it poorly. This is definitely a weird, like, it's giving Paris, definitely. I don't know, where? Oh god, there's that one song by, check the plates on cars might be, oh no, wait, I already read that. Oh, chat, I don't know, keep yapping. I'm sorry I'm singing. You have to keep saying stuff, because if not, I'm going to get really embarrassed really quickly. Rue Gabriel Paris. Okay. Okay. Wish we had a bigger landmark to go by. Oh. Marseille? Perhaps. Trying to make cheese and crackers? Okay, take your time. Make your cheese and crackers. There's what's that song by, well, no, the song is called, Arc de Triomphe, the way that you say it in English, by, God, I don't know. The song is really good. It's like, question, fuck you beyond. But, like, the background is just, like, very vibey. I don't know. I really like that song. I'm just gonna center part, maybe. Well, probably not. It's probably gonna be un petit quartier. Quel arrondissement est-ce qu'on est? Arrondissement. I freaking hate. Well, Parisian French doesn't even sound like that. Arrondissement. You know what? Fuck it. Orly. It's probably is a bigger city because of the budget sign I saw. Wouldn't be a rural area. No, this is definitely it's giving Paris. Can you sing in French? Yes. Do I know a lot of French songs? No. Except I know all the Lion King songs in French because I watched them in French growing up. Warning though, you might swoon. Know that you'll be swooning over I don't know, weird philosopher king person. Don't know how else to describe myself. God, I don't know any songs in French. What songs do I know in French that aren't, like, basically just, fucking Stromae or, like general pop songs? Hey, I called it, we're in Paris. But we're in fucking Oui, oui, oui. Marie de oui. The song OMG, I got flashbacks. Which song? What's the song? Oh, the song that I was singing? It's Once Upon a December in from Anastasia. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon December. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses prance through a silver storm. Hey, that was actually our best score all session. Okay, I'll take that. We got 25 kilometers off. But yes, okay. With that, as promised, that means that we're doing our reading session. Not 2000s pop icon Anastasia? No, unfortunately not. Yes, we got our best thing. I had like 3 bowls of rice earlier, and it's really not, it's not doing me wonders right now. Like this stream if you like rice, because it's pretty good. Where are my mods? Did they just die on me? Not that chat's like ill-behaved. You guys are actually being really great. Well, you guys are usually pretty good. Congrats, Little Merman. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you guys, even though I kind of did this time. Which means I'm advancing, except this is kind of a language that I know, so wasn't that hard. Like this stream if you can go past 900. Oh, okay, fine. I guess it's time that we beat the score. I got worse. You're the whimsical fairy? Justin, you are the whimsical fairy. Genuinely. Yeah, I think also maybe one hand. Speed give. Oh my god, where are we? Hi! Just me as a demon, perhaps. Hey! I was doing it with 2 hands, which is apparently harder. What? The entire time I could have done better had I just actually used 1 hand. I'd set to join every stream. I'm part of your crew now from Sweden. Sleepwalking. Aw. Well, thank you for joining every stream from Sweden. Hello. I've stopped by to say hello and to help boost the algorithm. You're such a G for that. I love you. Let's go. I did it. I just needed to stop using more than 1 hand. That was my thing. I needed to not do that. Who would have thought it was that was messing me up? The fact that I was using... Okay. Whatever. I want to just see if I can do it again. Ah. Mogged. Oh no, I definitely did that wrong. No, I did that wrong too. Yeah. Whatever. Well, I got over 900 at some point, so, oh, now it's gonna bother me, because I'm gonna feel like I can only do it once. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I was like, I could definitely feel that one was a little off. Mm. Yeah, no. Well, if I immediately started off that bad, ugh. If only this was a pitch checker. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, that was off. Is it Twitch? Am I live on Twitch right now? Don't tell me I'm live on Twitch. No. I didn't set Twitch to go. Did I? Okay, no. Twitch is not on. Ah, you scared me. Was it Australia? Yes, it was Australia.
Well done.
Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you, Helmet. Much appreciated. Swag on, we did it. Even though I was, not doing it for the most part. I'm not live on Twitch, okay. Yes, no. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh. I got it though. I got over 900. I feel like it's just I'm on stream and also not really fully paying attention. Oh, I did it again. 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay, you guys do see like when it does that weird thing though, right? Where it like stops for a second and like it'll freeze. Yeah, I don't know if you see that. Weird Swedish people is watching. Aren't you the weird Swedish people? Okay, so we've done the fun part of the stream. So, I'm going to make myself the focal point. Hello, you get to see more of me. I know that's exactly what you wanted to see. And not at all the stream. Sorry, the text behind me. Just popping in to say hi, catch up on your Freud series VOD since I didn't catch up on the first one. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Oh, you're missing when we actually start to read. No! I'm sorry, Pebble. Okay. Well, yeah, no. The first few streams of this has been, honestly, the Ego and the Id series was a lot more, succinct, and also we stayed on task a lot better. But Freud, this one has been a bit of a, bit of a not fun one to get through. And for that reason, I've put this in the corner because everyone hates, everyone hates paying attention. And therefore, I must attend to the masses. But let's put this guy, like, here. Yep, there we go. Book club, but it's full of joy and whimsy, yes. Except it's about to get a lot less whimsical, unfortunately. I don't even remember where we left off. It's been so long. Okay. 25 years of intense work have had, as the result, the immediate aims of psychoanalytic technique are quite other today than they were at the outset. At first, the analyzing physician could do no more than discover the unconscious material that was concealed from the patient, put together, and at the right moment communicate to him. Oh, I do remember reading this. Yes, I do. If you guys say anything at this point, you will be ignored by me. Not intentionally, I just need to read. Psychoanalysis was then first and foremost an art of interpreting. Since this did not solve the therapeutic problem, a further aim quickly came into view: to oblige the patient to confirm the analyst's construction from his own memory. In that endeavor, the chief emphasis lay upon the patient's resistances. Whatever you're saying in chat. Australia, are you playing World Cup in summer? Yeah, just keep yapping in chat, or else the stream actually does die. And it's by no fault of mine, I will say. YouTube just definitely does not like it when people are like not interacting in chat. So to stop me from dying a horrible death, hello, I will be front and center. Hello, it is your host, Tropical Stuck. I'm here, for your amusement. And I'm going to cover up. Ooh. Ding dong, this is Random Chaos. Your video on Nickland was utterly sublime. I look forward to the next installment. Thank you, Mr. Nice. I appreciate that. Here's your Canadian spirituality. I have none. We, Sweden, also do also in World Cup real. Okay. Here we have our lovely Zoomer-ish attention keeper while I continue to read. But keep yapping in chat amongst yourselves while I do so, because if not, the stream goes absolutely nowhere and then no one sees it and my channel dies a horrible death. And what will we do at that point? You'll have no one to read fucking Freud to you. Nords are funny people. I can get behind that. I like funny. Since this did not solve the therapeutic problem, a further aim quickly came into view: to oblige the patient to confirm the analyst's construction from his own memory. In that endeavor, the chief emphasis lay upon the patient's resistances. The art consisted now in uncovering these as quickly as possible, in pointing them out to the patient, and in inducing him by human influence. This is where the suggestion operating as transference played its part, to abandon his resistances. But it became ever clear that the aim which had been set up, the aim that was... if I read in a different accent, it slows me down, and I actually, don't mess up as much. So let's do that. The aim that was unconscious should become conscious is not completely attainable by that method. The patient cannot remember the whole of what is repressed in him, and what he cannot remember may be precisely the essential part of it. Thus, he acquires no sense of conviction in the correctness of the construction that has been communicated to him. He is obliged to repeat the repressed material as a contemporary experience instead of, as the physician would prefer to see, remembering it as belonging to the past. Sorry. These reproductions, which emerge with such unwished for exactitude, always have as their subject some portion of infantile sexual life. Oh God, Freud again. Of the Oedipus complex, that is, and its derivatives, and they are invariably acted out in the sphere of transference of the patient's relation to the physician. When things have reached this stage, it may be said that the earlier neurosis has now been replaced by a fresh transference neurosis. It has been the physician's endeavor to keep this transference neurosis within its narrowest limits, to force as much as possible into the channel of memory, and to allow as little as possible to emerge as repetition, the ratio between what is remembered and what is reproduced. Time to go to a language class. Sorry, some sort of linguistics class. Language. I need like not a speech coach, like an accent coach. Because my accents, I used to be actually fairly okay, and now we're doing just bad. Doing pretty piss poor. Settle in. Once upon a time, children, there was a strange man called Freud. He wasn't even the weirdest one. Subway Surfer died. He's not meant to do that. Helps the algorithm. Yeah, just keep yapping in chat. Just keep yapping in chat about whatever you want. I just gotta keep reading, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately. I've read this text before. The ratio is what is remembered, and what is reproduced varies from case to case. The physician cannot, as a rule, spare his patient from this phase of the treatment. He must get him to re-experience some portion of his forgotten life, but to see it, on the other hand, that the patient retains some degree of aloofness, which will enable him, in spite of everything, to recognize that what appears to be reality is in fact only a reflection of a forgotten past. If this can be successfully achieved, the patient's sense of conviction is won, together with therapeutic success that is dependent on it. In order to make it easier to understand this compulsion to repeat, which emerges during the psychoanalytic treatment of neurotics, we must, above all, get rid of the mistaken notion that we are dealing within our struggle against resistances is resistance on the part of the unconscious. The unconscious, that is to say, the repressed, offers no resistance whatever to the efforts of the treatment. Indeed, it itself has no other endeavor than to break through the pressure weighing down on it and force its way either to the consciousness or to a discharge through some real action. Resistance during treatment arises from the same higher strata and systems of the mind which originally carried out repression. But the fact that, as we know from experience, the motives of the resistances, and indeed the resistances themselves, are unconscious at first during the treatment, is a hint to us that we should correct a shortcoming in our terminology. We shall avoid a lack of clarity if we make our contrast between the conscious and the unconscious, but between the coherent ego and the repressed. It is certain that much of the ego is itself unconscious, and notably what we may describe as its nucleus, only a small part of it is covered by the term preconscious. Having replaced a purely descriptive yep, keep going. Just keep yapping in chat. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Just keep doing ones in chat, or twos, or threes, or fours. 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, D. Whatever you feel like. Go Nihongo if you want. Terminology by one which is systematic or dynamic. We can say that the patient's resistance arises from his ego, and we then at once perceive the compulsion to repeat must be ascribed to the unconscious repressed. It seems probable that the compulsion can only express itself after the work of treatment has gone halfway to meet it and has loosened the repression. There is no doubt that the resistance of the conscious and the unconscious ego operates under the sway of the pleasure principle. It seeks to avoid the unpleasure which would be produced by liberation of the repressed. Our efforts, on the other hand, are directed towards procuring the toleration of that unpleasure by an appeal to the reality principle. But how is the compulsion to repeat, the manifestation of the power repressed, related to the pleasure principle? It is clear that the greater part of what is re-expressed under the compulsion to repeat must cause the ego unpleasure, since it brings to light activities of repressed instinctual impulses. That, however, is unpleasure of a kind we have already considered does not contradict the pleasure principle. Unpleasure for one system and simultaneously satisfaction for another. But we come now to a new remarkable fact, namely that the compulsion to repeat also recalls from the past experiences, which include no possibility of pleasure, and which can never, even long ago, have brought satisfaction even to instinctual impulses, which have since been repressed. The early efflorescence of infantile sexual life, I hate Freud so fucking much, is doomed to extinction because its wishes are incompatible with reality, with the inadequate stage of development which the child has reached. That efflorescence comes to an end in the most distressing circumstances, and to the accompaniment of the most painful feelings. Loss of love and failure leave behind them a permanent injury to self-regard in the form of a narcissistic scar, in which my opinion, as well as Marcinowski's, I can read that on command, contributes more to anything to the sense of inferiority, which is so common in neurotics. The child's sexual researches, on which its limits are imposed by his sexual development, lead to no satisfactory conclusion. Hence such later complaints as, I can't accomplish anything, I can't succeed in anything, the tie of affection which binds the tie of affection which binds the child as a rule to the parent of the opposite sex succumbs to disappointment, to vain expectation of satisfaction, or to jealousy over the birth of a new baby, unmistakable proof of the infidelity of the object of the child's affections. His own attempt to make a baby himself carried out with tragic seriousness, fails shamefully. The lessening amount of affection he receives, the increasing demands of education, hard words, and occasional punishment, these show him at last the full extent to which he has been scorned. These are few typical and constantly recurring instances of the ways in which the love characteristic of the age of childhood is brought to a conclusion. Patients repeat all of these unwanted situations and painful emotions in the transference and revive them with the greatest ingenuity. We seek to bring about the interruption of the treatment while it is still incomplete. They contrive at once more to feel themselves scorned, to oblige the physician, and to speak severely to them, and treat them coldly. Losing my accent there. Treat them coldly. They discover appropriate objects for their jealousy instead of the passionately desired baby of their childhood. They produce a plan or a promise of some grand present, which turns out as a rule to be no less unreal. None of these things can have produced pleasure in the past, and it might be supposed that they would cause less unpleasure today if they emerged as memories or dreams instead of taking the forms of fresh experiences. They are, of course, the activities of the instinct intended to lead to satisfaction, but no lesson has been learned from the old experience of these activities having led to only unpleasure. In spite of that, they are repeated under the pressure of a compulsion. What psychoanalysis reveals in the transference phenomena of neurotics can be observed in the lives of some normal people. The impression they give is being pursued by a malignant fate or possessed by some demonic power. But psychoanalysis has always taken the view that their fate is for the most part arranged by themselves and determined by early infantile influences. This is where Freud is actually relevant. Thank you, Freud, for saying something something actually accurate and not weird and sexualizing of children. Wow, what a concept. Wrong accent for Freud anyways? I'm not doing a German accent. We're not doing that. Is this an edgy literature channel? Something like that. Please clean accent for the read. It is better than an official audiobook, lol. Her dialect is beautiful. No, it's really wrong. The thank you. This is a literature channel. I don't know whether it's edgy or not. Yeah, but it's for fun, lol. The accent, not that bit about the chillin'. She just, wait, what, plea deal, you lost me. The real number one is you sleepwalking. So true. Do German accent. I can't do a German accent. I don't think I can actually do a good German accent. I would be lying to you guys if I said I could. No, because Doris is going to clip it. I know Doris. Doris will clip me making a German accent and say something or make a freaking video out of it. I don't know. But, a video exists somewhere in the ether of Doris having an entire video of me mispronouncing German. Thank you, Doris. German! 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 No. Nein. Nein. No Deutsch. Not here. Mein Deutsch ist, I don't know, Scheiße? Mein Deutsch ist Scheiße. There we go. That's the best you're getting out of me, guys. Anyway, I lost my place. I do need to do my accent, or else I read too quickly and I stumble over my words too much. Es guten, ja. It's really bad. But thank you. Okay. Where did I leave off? No. Oh no, where did I leave off? Oh, okay. Next page. Okay, keep yapping in chat. Keep the chat rate up or I die. The stream gets sent to the abyss, gets sent to hell. Hell isn't... It doesn't appear in the stream. It just means it'll just... Like, I'll be sent to the guillotine, where all the bad streamers go. Yeah, can the Germans in chat insult me to help out the algorithm in? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I need. Insults in chat. No way from the compulsion to repeat which we have found in neurotics, even though in the people we are now considering have never shown any signs of dealing with a neurotic conflict by producing symptoms. Thus, we have come across people of all whose human relationships have the same outcome, such as the benefactor who is abandoned in anger after a time by each of his protégés, however much they may otherwise differ from one another, and who thus seem doomed to taste all the bitterness of ingratitude, or a man whose friendships all end in betrayal by his friend, or the man who, time after time in the course of his life, raises someone else into a position of great private or public authority, and then, after a certain interval, himself upsets that authority and replaces him by a new one, or again, the lover of each of whose love affairs with women passes through the same phases and reaches the same conclusion. This perpetual recurrence of the same thing, full American accent, let's go, causes us no astonishment when it arises to the active behavior on the part of the person concerned, and when we can discern in him an essential character trait which remains the same and which is compelled to find expression in a repetition of the same experiences. We are much more impressed by cases where the subject appears to have a passive experience over which he has no influence, but in the same he meets with a repetition of the same fatality. There is the case, for instance, of the woman who married 3 successive husbands, each of whom fell ill soon afterwards and had to be nursed by her on their deathbeds. The most moving poetic picture of a fate, as this is given to us by Tasso in his romantic epic. I can't pronounce that. No. Gerusalemme Liberta. Its hero, Tancred, unwittingly kills his beloved Clorinda in a duel while she is disguised in the armor of an enemy knight. After her burial, he makes his way to a strange magic forest in which strikes the Crusaders' army with... Excuse me, that didn't happen. Strikes the Crusaders' army with terror. He slashes with his sword at a tall tree, but blood streams from the cut, and the voice of Clorinda, whose soul is imprisoned in the tree, is heard complaining that he has wounded his beloved once again. If we take into account observations such as these, based upon behavior in which the transference upon the life histories of men and women, we shall find courage to assume that there really does exist in the mind a compulsion to repeat which overrides the pleasure principle. We shall be inclined to relate to this compulsion in the dreams which occur in traumatic neuroses, and the impulse which leads children to play. It is to be noted that only in rare instances can we observe the pure effect of the compulsion to repeat, unsupported by other motives. In the case of children's play, we have already laid stress on the other... In the case of children's play, we've already laid stress on the other in ways in which the emergence of the compulsion may be interpreted. The compulsion to repeat and instinctual satisfaction, which is immediately pleasurable, seem to converge here into an intimate partnership. The phenomena of transference are obviously exploited by the resistance which the ego maintains in its pertinacious, I hate that, insistence upon repression, the compulsion to repeat, which the treatment tries to bring into its service is, as it were, drawn over by the ego to its side, clinging to the ego as does to the pleasure principle. A great deal of what might be described as compulsion of destiny seems intelligible only on a rational basis. Oh God, my accent is failing me here. I can't read what you said, Mr. Nice, but thank you. And I'm assuming it's an insult. This is a fire stream to second monitor while playing RuneScape 2. Honestly, cool. I'm glad that that's actually a cool thing to have in the background. Everybody in chat can insult everybody. That's a wild word, yeah. Pertinacious. Keep the accent, let's go. We continue nonetheless. Everyone like this stream. If not, I die. Or my mouth gets really dry and I can't pronounce anything anymore. Which is awful. I'm running out of water. A great deal of what might be described as the compulsion of destiny seems intelligible on a rational basis, so that we are under no necessity to call in a new and mysterious motive force to explain it. The least dubious instance of such a motive force is perhaps that of traumatic dreams. But on mature reflection we shall be forced to admit that even in the other instances of the whole ground is not covered by the operation of the familiar motive forces. Enough is left unexplained to justify the hypothesis of a compulsion to repeat. Something seems more primitive, more elementary, more instinctual than the pleasure principle which it overrides. If a compulsion is to repeat, if a compulsion to repeat does operate in the mind, we should be glad to know something about it, to learn what function it corresponds to, under what conditions it can emerge, and what its relation is to the pleasure principle, to which, after all, we have hitherto ascribed dominance over the course of the processes of excitation in mental life. Chapter 4. Yay, guys, we're doing it. It's beautiful. Sehr danke. Sehr danke. Sehr dank. I'm gonna say it in a French accent now. That is who we are, Germans and Swedes, but love. Every time you guys say something in chat that's German, I'm going to say it in a French accent. That's just what you guys get. How deep are we? We're in chapter 4. Honestly, it's not so the next video is on Lacan. All of this is not terribly relevant as it relates to formations of the unconscious, which has been translated by Russell Grigg, who I hate the translation of. Fuck you. Quite a nice cover, though, I will admit. But Russell Grigg, you omitted so many French puns, it's like actually absurd. Keep talking in chat. Yes, keep talking in chat. You omitted so many French puns in this that I feel like we lost the plot as it relates to Lacan. But that is a gripe for another day. If you guys really, really feel spicy, I will read Lacan in French to you. because I have so many freaking pages up doing research right now of the same fucking seminar, Seminar V, in which we go over the stupid little graphs that everyone memes upon, but I promise you, literally maybe like 1% of people actually understand. And it's this. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, you know what that guy is. You've seen him before. Guess who's doing a video on that? More we interact, more people. Yeah. Are you a native French speaker or second language? Technically, French is my first language. But, French buns, you mean croissants? Those are not buns. Croissants are croissants. Des croissants, c'est des croissants. But, yeah, no. It's technically my first language. Is it my most practiced language? No. It's just what I speak with my family. But yeah. Like the video, like the stream, or the video dies and it doesn't get recommended, even though this is technically me just kind of doing homework, even though I finished this a while ago. I'm more so, still streaming Freud for you guys because, Discord wanted to finish Freud instead of starting with Lacan, which would have been more relevant to the next video that's coming up, but alas. Let's get to chapter 4 of, I don't remember how many. Okay, chapter 4, 14 of 34. So 20 more pages, a lot of which will probably be footnotes. So we can keep, you guys keep yapping in chat. Everyone else who's not yapping in chat, keep this on your other screen. Like this video or whatever. Feels so weird saying that. And I will continue in my fake British accent. What follows is speculation, often far-fetched speculation, which the reader will consider or dismiss according to his individual predilection. It is further an attempt to follow an idea consistently out of curiosity to see where it will lead. Psychoanalytic speculation takes as its point of departure the impression derived from examining the unconscious processes that unconsciousness may be not the most universal attribute of mental processes, but only a particular function of them. Speaking in its metapsychological terms, it asserts that consciousness is a function of a particular system, which it describes as CS, which is conscious. What consciousness yields consists essentially of perceptions of excitations coming from the external world and of feelings of pleasure and unpleasure, which can only arise from within the mental apparatus. It is therefore possible to assign to the system perception consciousness. Gosh, where's stop when you need her? It was perception consciousness, no? That was the abbreviation that we agreed upon? Perception consciousness. A position in space. It must lie on the borderline between outside and inside. It must be turned toward the external. Okay, I might actually need more water. It's getting to a point where I can't pronounce external. External. It must be turned toward the external world and must envelop the others psychical, I hate that word, psychical systems. It will be seen that there's nothing daringly new in these assumptions. We have merely adopted the views on localization held by cerebral anatomy, which locates the seat of consciousness in the cerebral cortex, the outermost enveloping layer of the central organ. Cerebral anatomy has no need to consider why, speaking anatomically, consciousness should be lodged in the surface of the brain instead of being safely housed somewhere else in its innermost interior. There's a lot of reasons as to why it might be there, Freud, actually, but we won't get to that. Anyway, perhaps we shall be more successful in accounting for the situation in the case of our system's perception consciousness. Consciousness is not the only distinctive character which we ascribe to the processes in that system. On the basis of impressions derived from our psychoanalytic experience, we may assume that all excitatory processes that occur in the other systems leave permanent traces behind in them, which form the foundation of memory. Such memory traces, then, have nothing to do with the fact of becoming conscious. Indeed, they are often most powerful and even most enduring when the process which left them behind was one which never entered consciousness. We find it hard to believe, however, that permanent traces of excitation, such as these, are also left in the system perception consciousness. Is it conscious or consciousness? I don't remember. Insult. Yeah, insult. It helps the algorithm. Hydrate alert. Yeah, I really need to hydrate. Like and subscribe, Chads. We out here. Oh, thank you, Pledeal. Appreciate you. Can only send love, but you can take it as an insult, hee hee. Thanks, Toma. I appreciate the love and insult. Toma, you are such a smug. You guys are silly. Keep sillying it up in the chat. It's making me a lot happier. Ah! Yeah, I might grab more because I am out of water. And I don't know if you can tell, but I am horribly dehydrated. And it's making it very hard to pronounce these words. It's hard to go, oh, and the exaltation of such processes. When my tongue is going and making gross sounds. Love you, Toma. Sorry. Aw. You guys are sweet. Justin, heyo. Okay, keep yapping it up. I'm gonna grab more because, yeah, it's hard to pronounce stuff when your mouth is really dry. So I'll be right back. I don't know. Do chat roast? Or chat, no, actually do chat compliments. Compliment yourself or another person or one of the mods, actually. Doors, if you're there, you get all the compliments. If you're not there, then Doors gets no compliments, and it's roast Doors time. Water breaks all around? Yes. I will, with that, BLB. Hi, chat. What's up? Water breaks all around, yes. Let's get chat rolling. Compliment mods to stay unbanned. That is a good strat. More we interact with, the more the algorithm helps her channel. His. I'm he, him pronouns here. Now I give away my secret strategy. Doctor, no, it is you. You're the Sisyphus of the chat. Boulder sleep. I am the wood that burns. Or are you the wood that burns? I love milk tea of the green variety. You the vibes of Bugs Bunny, now that I think about it. Do I? Like Trickster Hero? We're back with some water and decaf tea. Let's go. Hey, Pledio, let's go. I have sparkling water mixed with lemonade. That's the vibe that we're on today. I hope that you guys all got reasonably caffeinated or non-caffeinated beverages. Wow. Just a whimsical little trickster? That is me. I am the trickster archetype. I am literally him. You want to be a little trickster? It's right here. And this is who you're looking at, the archetype. Alrighty, well. You know what that means. We must continue. I don't know. Should I take a little bit of time to yap, or is everyone who watches the VOD gonna be mad at me for not reading? Sparkling water? Yes, we got sparkling water. Clown World when? What's Clown World? I only, like, Juggalo time? I can do Juggalo makeup. If you look at my Instagram, or I think it's also on my Twitter, I have clown makeup on one of my posts. I don't remember which one. It exists, though. Let's see. Actually, let's see if I can bring it up. Might as well, right? We're taking a little break. Can use the time to actually hydrate, since I only grabbed water and I didn't actually drink it. Hindsight, this was kind of a poor idea, because it's definitely gonna make me gassy. Not in a way that anyone will notice, though. Everything will become Clown World. So real and so true. Who's to say that we're not already in Clown World? That's the real question. Gosh, which one was it? I think it was this one. Yep, it was this one. There I am! As a clown! That's my clown makeup. Hi. I don't know which way I'm facing, but that's me. Wow. I mean, I guess the camera angle's a little off. Who's still in chat? That's the real question. Clowns with their honky red noses and large boots, stuck in their tiny cars, seek to control us. So true. Oh. Am I frozen? Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry. I froze for myself for a second there. Chat, this is the part where you yap so that I don't get sucked into the algorithm and die again. Legit good clown makeup pick there, lol. Thank you. I did spend a lot of time on it. Join the Discord so that you can, I don't know, vote on whether or not I do clown makeup again. I do actually genuinely enjoy doing clown makeup. It is something that I will keep it going. Yes, let's keep it going. Let us. Keep yapping in chat. I don't care if you give me the number 1 over and over. I don't care if you give me random emojis that you enjoy over and over. I don't care if you give me like weird trendy words over and over. I don't care if you just say like clavicular constantly. Just say stuff in chat so that you can trick YouTube into thinking that I'm popular. Because if we trick YouTube into thinking that I'm popular, then I have to worry about a lot less in my life. And I like when I have to worry about a lot less. and I can read more. Worry less, smile more. What consciousness yields consists essentially of perceptions of excitations coming from the external world and of feelings of pleasure and unpleasure which can only arise from the mental apparatus. It is therefore possible to assign the system perception conscious a position in space. I already read this. Perhaps we shall be more successful in accounting for the situation in the case of our system perception conscious. Consciousness is not the only distinctive character which we ascribe to the processes in that system. On the basis of impressions derived from our psychoanalytic experience, we assume that all excitatory processes that occur in other systems leave permanent traces behind them in them which form the foundation of memory. Such memory traces, then, have nothing to do with the fact of becoming conscious. Indeed, they are often most powerful and most enduring when the process which left them behind was one which never entered the consciousness. We find it hard to believe, however, that the permanent traces of excitation, such as these, are also left in the system perception conscious. If they all remained constantly conscious, they would very soon set limits to the system's aptitude for receiving receiving fresh excitations. If, on the other hand, they were unconscious, we should be faced with the problem of explaining the existence of the unconscious processes in a system whose functioning was otherwise unaccompanied by the phenomenon of consciousness. We should, so to say, have altered nothing and gained nothing by our hypothesis, regulating the processes of becoming conscious to a special system. Though this consideration is not absolutely conclusive, it nevertheless leads us to suspect that becoming conscious and leaving behind a memory trace are processes incompatible with each other within one and the same system. Thus, we should be able to say that the excitatory process becomes conscious in the system conscious, but leaves no permanent trace behind there, but in that excitation is transmitted to the systems lying next within, and that is in them that traces are left. I followed these same lines in the schematic picture which I included in the speculative section in my interpretations of dreams. It must be borne in the mind that little enough is known from other sources of the origin of consciousness. When, therefore, we lay down the proposition that consciousness arises instead of a memory trace, the assertion deserves consideration, at all events on the ground of its being framed in fairly precise terms. If this is so, then, the system conscious is characterized by the particularity that in it, in contrast to what happens in other psychical systems, excitatory processes do not leave behind permanent damage in its elements, but expire, as it were, in the phenomenon of becoming conscious. An exception of this sort to the general rule requires to be explained by some factor that applies exclusively to that one system. Such a factor, which is absent from the other systems, might well be the exposed situation of the system conscious, immediately abutting as it does on the external world. Let us picture a living organism in its most simplified possible form as an undifferentiated vesicle. What an odd word to use, vesicle, of a substance that is susceptible to stimulation. Then the surface turned towards the external world. There we go. World will from its very situation be differentiated and will serve as an organ for receiving stimuli. Indeed, embryology, in its capacity for recapitulation of developmental history, actually shows us that the central nervous system originates from the ectoderm. The grey matter of the cortex remains a derivative of the primitive superficial layer of the organism and may have inherited some of its essential properties. It would be easy to suppose, then, that as a result of the ceaseless impact of external stimuli on the surface of the vesicle, its substance to a certain depth may have become permanently modified so that the excitatory processes run a different course in it from what they run in deeper layers. A crust would thus be formed which would at last be so thoroughly baked through by stimulation that it would present the most favorable possible conditions for the reception of stimuli and become incapable of any further modification. In terms of the system conscious, this would mean that its elements would undergo no further permanent modification from passage of excitation, because they had already been modified in the respect in question to the greatest possible extent. Now, however, they would have become capable of giving some rise to consciousness. Various ideas may be formed which cannot be present, Various ideas may be formed which cannot at present be verified as to the nature of this modification of the substance and its excitatory process. It may be supposed that, in passing from one element to another, an excitation has to overcome a resistance, and that the diminution of resistance thus effected is what lays down a permanent trace of the excitation, that is, a facilitation. In the system conscious, then, resistance of this kind to passage from one element to another would no longer exist. This picture can be brought into relation with Breuer's I can't pronounce that for the life of me, sorry. Distinction between quiescent or bound and mobile cathectic energy in the elements of the psychical systems. The elements of the system, okay, sorry, let's restart that one. And mobile cathectic energy in the elements of the psychical systems. The elements of the system conscious would carry no bound energy, but only energy capable of free discharge. Excuse me. Yeah, chat, just keep going. I appreciate you guys so much. What helps the algorithm more? YouTube or Tropical Stuck Chat Terminal 8.9? They're the same thing. What kind of maxing are we doing here? The worst kind. Your Substack writing is really good. Thank you, Desolate Mirror. Yeah, no, just keep the chat rate up. If not, everything dies. We all die. Horrible deaths. We need to fool YouTube into thinking that this is really something to yap about. Reading is really something to yap about. We need to fool YouTube into thinking that. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Heat death. Yes. Heat death, heat death, heat death. I can do fake ASMR because I don't actually have an ASMR microphone. So I have to stop lurking? Yeah, no, you have to keep going. If we don't yap in chat, this dies. This reaches no one, which is awful. And we need to fool YouTube. We've got to do it. It's really annoying, but YouTube just thinks that this is not relevant. It's cold, rainy, but Herzog told me that the world reveals itself to those that travel on foot. I just need my 10k steps. So true. Are you a Laurentian or a Freudian psychoanalyst? Neither, Diego. Let's keep rolling. Yeah, we keep rolling. Keep chatting. Just keep fooling YouTube. Keep fooling YouTube. I beg of you. Keep YouTube fucking stupid. I need YouTube to think that this chat is hot. This chat is really like there's nothing but like interesting hot debates going on inside this chat on reading Freud. This is so interesting to YouTube. Try another live format. There are none that would support this genuinely. We're Limp Biscuit at. So true. I got you, Twinjamin. Thank you, Justin. Justin, you're a real one. Transparent live format. No such thing, unfortunately. Gotta keep rolling. Any chat tips for sleeping better, I think. Okay, so you guys keep yapping. Keep the yap going, and I keep reading. Keep it up. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. Nonetheless, the speculation will have enabled us to bring the origin of consciousness into some sort of connection with the situation of the system conscious, and with the particularities that must be ascribed to the excitatory processes taking place in it. But we have more to say of the living vesicle with its receptive cortical layer. This little fragment of living substance is suspended in the middle of an external world charged with the most powerful energies. It would be killed by the stimulation emanating from these if it were not provided with a protective shield against stimuli. It acquires the shield in this way. Its outermost surface ceases to have the structure proper to living matter, becomes to some degree inorganic, and thenceforward functions as a special envelope or membrane resistant to stimuli. In consequence, the energies of the external world are able to pass into the next underlying layers, which have remained living with only a fragment of their original intensity. And these layers can devote themselves behind the protective shield to the reception of the amounts of stimulus which have been allowed through it. By its death, the outer layer has saved all the deeper ones from a similar fate, unless, that is to say, stimuli reach it which are so strong that they break through the protective shield. Protection against stimuli is an almost more important function for the living organism than reception of stimuli. The protective shield is supplied with its own store of energy and must, above all, endeavor to preserve the special modes of transformation of energy operating in it against the effects threatened by the enormous energies at work in the external world, effects which tend toward a leveling out of them, and hence towards destruction. My god, man, use a period in your sentences. No, he pretty evenly uses them. I will say, he's very straightforward in his writing. Thank you for that, Freud. Freud writes better than most people in the field. I will say that much. If there is one person that I will say is generally pretty articulate, it's Freud. At least in writing. And we continue. The main purpose of the reception of stimuli is to discover the direction and nature of external stimuli. And for that, it is enough to take small specimens of the external world and to sample it in small quantities. In high-developed organisms, the receptive cortical layer of the former vesicle has long been withdrawn into the depths of the interior of the body, though portions of it have been left behind on the surface immediately beneath the general shield against stimuli. These are the sense organs, which consist essentially of apparatus for the reception of specific effects of stimulation, but which also include a special arrangement for further protection against excessive amounts of stimulation and for excluding unsuitable kinds of stimuli. It is characteristic of them that they deal with only very small quantities of external stimulation and only take in samples of the external world. They may perhaps be compared with feelers, which are all the time making tentative advances towards the external world, and then drawing back from it. Chat, I don't hear you yapping. Oh. We have swag mode turned on twice. Chat, keep going. Chat, keep going. If not, chat dies, and I die, and we all die. And Blue's clues. Now I'm out of clues. I'm blue. And if I'm blue, if I were green, I would die. We are swagging, actually. Lost track of the Sigmund Freud vesicle text. You and me both. The motion is on. Freud is in motion. They hate to see a little blank Freud get a little motion. We started listening, LMAO. Swag mode was a thing? Yes, it was. What's swag mode doing for us? I dig regardless. Should I buy the Huzz of Freud book? Oh my god. Yes, do it. The thing is that if you let chat die, then the stream goes nowhere. If you don't like this chat, the stream goes nowhere, and we need to fool YouTube, or else I die. 'Cause what the fuck is this channel supposed to do? Like, doesn't get anywhere, you know? But YouTube hates to see a Freud get a little motion. What have you guys done to me? Okay. Save chat, save the world. Yeah, no. Just yap it up in chat. Spam. Literally spam. I don't care what you spam. Just go crazy, go stupid, go feral. Go wild. Cultish behavior, but in a good way. I realize now that cults rarely refer to themselves as cults. And that is kind of an indicator that if you're going to visit a cult, if they refer to themselves as a cult, they're probably just a close-knit community and not actually a cult. Which is for the best. You should not actually visit an actual cult. Eat the rich, save the chat, save the world, yeah. Save the chat, save the world. Okay, yes, thank you. Keep yapping, just keep spamming. I don't even care if it's your favorite emoji, your least favorite emoji, the clown emoji over and over, just keep going. Where are the copy pastas? Oh my, if you spammed copy pastas, I would actually be genuinely really happy. That would make me giggle to look back at chat. If Tropical Stuck has 0 fans, I am dead. Are you guys my fans? Eat the rich. Yep, there we go. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Even though I didn't move myself. Don't visit a cult, literally 1984. Don't visit a cult! Don't do that, that's bad. Don't do that. I do not endorse visiting any cults. Like, that's really dumb to do and really bad for you. And you should be questioning why you're visiting a cult in the first place. so weak you don't dare insult me. I wouldn't insult you. I don't know what to insult you with. Distracted. Couldn't help play Subway Surfers. Couldn't help but play Subway Surfers and keep you in the background. There's already Subway Surfers on the screen, Joe Wagner. Isn't that enough for you? Insult me for the chat algorithm. I can't. You're too nice. Coming soon. I grew up in one too late. What are you... Doors... Clown World. Worm. Doors. What are you talking about? You guys are worrying me. Okay, put copy pastas in chat. I don't care. Just keep it going. Keep it going. I'm gonna keep reading Freud. Because he's not saying anything weird about children. Where did I leave off? At this point, I shall venture to touch for a moment upon a subject which would merit the most exhaustive treatment. As a result of certain psychoanalytic discoveries, we are today in a position to embark on a discussion of the Kantian theorem. Theorem? Why did I read that so wrong? Theorem that time and space are necessary forms of thought. We have learned that the unconscious mental processes are in themselves timeless. This means that in the first place, that they are not ordered temporally, that time does not change them in any way, and that the idea of time cannot be applied to them. They are negative characteristics which can only be clearly understood if a comparison is made with unconscious mental processes. On the other hand, our abstract idea of time seems to be wholly derived from the method of working on the system perception conscious, and to correspond to a perception on its own part of that method of working. This mode of functioning may perhaps constitute another way of providing a shield against stimuli. I know that these remarks must sound very obscure, but I must limit myself to these hints. We have pointed out how the living vesicle is provided with a shield against stimuli from the external world, and we had previously shown that the cortical layer next to that shield must be differentiated as an organ for receiving stimuli from without. The sensitive cortex, however, which is later to become the system conscious, also receives excitations from within. The situation of the system between the outside and the inside, and the difference between the conditions of governing the reception of excitation in the two cases have a decisive effect on the functioning of the system and of the whole mental apparatus. Toward the outside, it is shielded against stimuli, and the amount of excitation impinging on it have only a reduced effect. Toward the inside, there can be no such shield. The excitations in the deeper layers extend into the system directly and in an undiminished amount, insofar as certain of the characteristics give rise to feelings in the pleasure-unpleasure series. These excitations coming from within are, however, in their intensity and in their other qualitative respects, in their amplitude perhaps, more commensurate within the system's method of working than the stimuli which the stream from which the external world, which the stream in from the external world. This state of things produces two definite results. First, the feelings of pleasure and unpleasure, which are an index to what is happening in the interior of the apparatus, predominate over all external stimuli. And secondly, a particular way is adopted of dealing with any internal excitations which produced too great an increase of unpleasure. There is a tendency to treat them as though they were acting, not from the inside, but from the outside, so that it may be possible to bring the shield against stimuli into the operation as means of defense against them. It is in the origin of projection, which is destined to play such a large part in the causation of pathological processes. I have an impression that these last considerations have brought to us a better understanding of the dominance of the pleasure principle, but no light has yet been thrown onto the cases that contradict that dominance. Let us therefore go a step further. We describe as traumatic any excitations from outside which are powerful enough to break through the protective shield. It seems to me that the concept of trauma necessarily implies a connection of this kind with a breach in an otherwise efficacious barrier against stimuli. Such an event as an external trauma is bound to provoke a disturbance on a large scale in the functioning of the organism's energy and to set in motion a very possible defensive measure. At the same time, the pleasure principle is for the moment put out of action. There is no longer any possibility of preventing the mental apparatus from being flooded with large amounts of stimulus, and another problem arises instead. The problem of mastering the amounts of stimulus which have broken in and of binding them in the psychical sense so that they can be disposed of. Chat, how are we doing? Oh. DG QC in chat. We have Quarantine Collective in chat. Oh my gosh, hi. How are you? Sorry, got into the prose there. Catching up on everything. I am Freud incarnate, says Doors. Nah, Freud would be number one in media talk. Oh gosh. Freud would make invincible wobbly edits. Oh god. Ah! How does someone fit inside a cabinet? Freud is like 2'5". Warby, you're silly. Vaporeon is one of the most Freudian Pokemon. I get the Mongolian Empire comparison to the expansion, but the Marley Eldian stuff, propaganda, ghettos, ooh. Germany, oh god. Pros and cons of scalping. None of this is going to my brain. Aztecs were on beast mode. Freud would love Trump. What the fuck? Did you say you were going to read this, lol? Yes. I might be too stupid for this. It's not an easy one. Yeah, I know. Tropical. How much of your learning is formal and how much is autodidactic? At this point, probably half and half. I've taken a lot of courses on philosophy. As it relates to psychoanalysis, I've taken courses on, like, psychology in which psychoanalysis is touched upon, but never, like, full. My degree is not in psychology, much less psychoanalysis or anything. But, yeah. Everyone is too stupid for this. Imagine doing tons of cocaine in the late 1800s and somehow responding to Kant. Yeah. Listen, Freud hits on some points that I feel are uncomfortable. Like, he hits at the general shape of things because, at least in his understanding of the day, he generally, like, he's grokking a lot more than we want to give him credit for, but also his use of terminology I find is just very, like, piss poor marketing and did not age well. I could do that, but in the 2020s. We have the cocaine, we have the Kant, anything is possible. Doris, shut the fuck up. The thing is that, like, we're just reading this so that, because also, Brooks, if that is you, Lacan. So I have Séminaire V. I have the English translation here by Russell Grigg, who I fucking hate the translation of. I hate this translation so much. It's so bad. Freud is doing amazing work. Deleuze takes this move from Freud. About what to do with Kant, in my humble opinion. Honestly, I would say that, because you are definitely more of, like, the Deleuze buff than I am. And I feel like having any sort of opinion on the matter in front of you is like me being like, ooh, I don't know if I should. But yeah, I would honestly say I completely agree with that. But also, like, all of them are kind of iterating off of Freud. Like, let's be real. What do you dislike about that translation specifically? It omits so much French nuance. Like, genuinely, it's actually abhorrent. And, like, it's just stupid because you're trying to get through this fucking dense-ass text, and it's like, le nom du père. But, like, okay, so we have, obviously, so he's going through the Oedipus, or this is backwards for you, I'm sorry. But, I'm just a moron with free time. No, you're, like, actually cool. I really appreciate your videos. I don't know why you're downplaying yourself. You should have a very strong opinion so you can argue about it. I only have strong opinions on things that I feel as though I need. If I have a strong opinion, I will argue on it. I will not have a strong opinion on something I do not understand very well, or I feel as though I could understand better. Does that make sense? Welcome to every French translation. I learned French just for these works. Je parle français de... ma mère est française, mais québécoise. Donc, français, c'est ma première langue, mais en fait, c'est entièrement difficile en n'importe langue. Donc, le camp, il est pas tellement difficile à comprendre en français, mais je dirais que, en fait, en anglais, c'est entièrement du merde. Complètement. Merci, yes. Some strong opinions. It's just that all their opinions are wrong. Donc, how about donc? Literally, no translation. Translation translates donc. Yeah, no, they don't. Well, I mean, like, okay, so literally, okay, look. Not, desire and jouissance, fantasy beyond the planet. Yeah, look. Haha, wow. You can't read this because it's backwards, but literally look what's referenced here. Beyond the pleasure principle. Wow. It's almost like we're reading this to do research on Lacan for some reason. Whoa. But, yeah, no. So, like, it's just really shitty. Okay, this is backwards. But it's just like the mask, laughter, scowl, super ego. These are all things, but like they change it so that certain things are still in French and certain things are still in English. So, and also a lot of like the nuance of his puns are lost. Like the best example I find is hello, not the paternal metaphor. There we go. Foreclosure of the name of the father. Which is not what he fucking says. It's not what he says. C'est le nom du père, which is a homonym, or at least it sounds the same. in French, because nom du père sounds like nom du père. In my head, I'm saying two different things. But one means the name of the father, the other one means the no of the father, which is the pun here. He uses a lot of puns. You need that in the general context of understanding Lacan. And if you omit that in something as fucking important as the name of a chapter, and also the general, like, metaphor that's explained, of course no one's going to fucking get the concept. It's so irritating. Fantasy is actually really problematic. Phantasm isn't just imagined stuff. It's a structure itself. Honestly, like, the thing is that the way that, because I was reading through the French and English, and this is where I was getting really, really irritated. And Doris has been helping me with, Doris just started helping me with doing a bit of this research as it relates to, because I've just gotten into the weeds of the French of it all, and then having to translate that in my head to the English has been absolute fucking hell, because I'm just thinking to myself, like, okay, so I'm taking this concept that has several layers of nuance and puns, and then taking that into the English, putting it into a standard definition, even though he changes his definitions like every 5 sentences, and then trying to make it coherent. So all the wordplay disappears in Anti-Oedipus. I have many streams just ranting about the translation. Honestly, I haven't even touched the French version of Anti-Oedipus. And props to you for that, because I already find it, like, c'est extrêmement exigeant juste en anglais. Donc, moi, je le touche pas. But, all you French don't understand, all of our parents listened to Edith Piaf, so we all heard it. Non, je regrette rien. Love me some of my puns in philosophy. Philosophy is funny. Often, if I'm gonna be honest. It should be a little funny. It makes it interesting because Lacan is doing, like, lectures, right? To students. He keeps it interesting by keeping it funny. So, he keeps his students engaged, and I've been reading through the student notes as well. He keeps them engaged by keeping it punny. Now I have to go down a rabbit hole about the Tartarian theory. And the English has its own nuance and puns that destroys meaning often, yes. I like making French people angry by speaking French with an American Southern accent. I would really love to hear that. I don't think I'd be upset by that, actually. If it sounds like it would just come off as Cajun, you know? Like Louisianian. Even though Cajuns are very specifically Cajun. Thanks, Canada, for doing a genocide, I guess. Yeesh. Like Louisiana French. Cajun! Oh, hell yeah, that makes sense. I dig it. It might as well make a bit funny to keep it might as well make it a bit funny to keep attention. Yeah, exactly. How else are you going to teach students? They're going to be listening to this and being like, ugh, I don't want to listen to this. Like, oh my god, this guy's so boring. And, like, I get that he's trying to simplify the entire thing into a diagram, but oh my god, it leads to my biggest gripe with his work, which is just, like, no one understands these damn diagrams, but they're so mimetic that they're just everywhere. And it's like people really want to pretend that they get what the fuck is going on, when it's like, no. And the point is that Lacan also doesn't understand to an extent. And he doesn't want you to understand. That's kind of the point. Lacan doesn't want you to understand. No, not Gambit from X-Men. Like, roasted Texan twang badly pronounced. People give you shit about my friend's pronunciation, so I'm just a dickhead about it. You know what? If not, then just double down. I don't understand anything past classical philosophy. Is that for the best? No, there's some interesting tidbits in more modern philosophy. They want you French, keep chat going. Yeah, just keep yapping in chat. Honestly, thank you for tuning into the stream. Brooks, because genuinely, I got to do my little like gripe about translation and Lacan, because oh my god, it makes me so fucking mad. Russell Gregg, I have a fucking like, we have a what is it, like a blood, not a blood oath, like when you have like a familial gripe forever, like it generational gripe. What's the name of that again? Modern philosophy is where it's at. Yeah, Camus, really. Huge fan of Camus. Have a crush on a dead guy. It's Camus. Yeah. Warlight is insulting you? Is Warlight insulting you? Blood feud. Thank you. Thank you. Blood feud. Yes. I don't know why that was escaping me. C'est drôle cette langue et du merde, je pense. Elle mérite donc être moquée. J'ai aussi appris le français pour lire de la théorie. Good on you for that, Doors. Was it worth it? Anti-Oedipus, the translation they name documentary that didn't exist until 6 years after the book came out. Imagine that. Are you kidding? That's actually awful. What? I purposely don't touch D&G just for like that reason, because I'm just like, I know how deep this rabbit hole goes, and like, I respect you so much for really just doubling down, because to me it's like, I touched this and I lost my mind a little bit. Like, it makes me actually a little crazy. Well, no, it actually just has made me crazy for the past several months. I haven't put out the video that I wanted to, because I've been so stuck in the weeds on just like, this needs to be said like this, but it also needs to be said like that, but it also is said like this, but also like it's just gonna be weird and twisty and translated in 5 different ways, and but also not translated at all sometimes, and sometimes in a footnote somewhere. It's just like, pick a lane, pick a lane. The original French, if you read, is exactly lyrical. Yes, I know. I've read excerpts of DMG and like their original French. It's literally just like, it reads like poetry, honestly. There's a reason all Western Deleuze studies are either French and good or American, UK, and shit. Yeah. Deleuze. Was it worth it? Yes. In this reverse way, I get to tell people not to learn French because it sucks, and then I can prove it by speaking French. So true. Everybody insult me in Warlight to feed the algorithm, and loving the book tricks, LMAO. Thank you. Too shy. Would you recommend reading that shitty translation and the French version, or just going straight to the French version? It's beautiful. Honestly, this version, Russell Gregg and I have a blood feud over this translation. I'm going to be honest. And it's 632 pages, which I'm sure was an effort, a labor of fucking love, but it is a labor of fucking hate for me to read and then reread several iterations and and transcriptions of his fucking lectures in French, his student notes, his notes from his students on his lectures in French, and then read this and be like, where the fuck is most of what he just said? How did it not make it into this? And then les écrits, c'est comme, les écrits, it just like, there's nothing, gone. Boom, bye, what? The fuck? Also, Fink's book on Lacan to the letter does the graphs really well. So I've heard. I haven't touched it myself because I really just wanted to just go Lacan, purist, and then after that I wanted to touch like works afterwards to see if I missed anything. But yeah. Multiple people have been recommending Fink. Have I read Sublime Object of Ideology? I haven't read it in its entirety. I know I should. I've been putting it off. I've been focused more on torturing myself. I'm on my masochism arc for some reason. Nah, Zizek and Fink do Lacan perfectly well, in my humble opinion. Honestly, that's literally what was said to me, and several people, like, I have people that I've talked to regularly about this. Zizek and Fink have been the ones who have been recommended to me. I just wanted to go the purest route first because I didn't know to what extent nuance would be flattened from just translation. But yeah, they're the gripe. I have a deep, deep gripe with Lacan. Even though I still understand French, I still know that Lacan is being an obscurant motherfucker when I read this shit. Not the English, the French, because he's just he gets like just irritating. It's like a shut the fuck up moment and just say it with your chest. But if you ask him to clarify a meaning, he'll like get kind of snarky about it. Gone through Écrit, bought all the lectures and seminars and all that, know exactly what you're talking about, and just like, fuck, I wish I just did Zizek and Fink. Are you serious? Huh. Okay, maybe you're convincing me now. No, because I hate, oh, but it makes sense. I hate, like, offloading the work onto someone else when I feel as though, oh, maybe I'm missing something important, you know? And I do trust Zizek, especially, in his manner of sort of like articulating a specific point in a way that is more, like, it leads more to the poetic than it does to, like, something concrete in a way that is more accurate to the fundamental text, if that makes any sense. So I would probably really like it. I just, fuck, I really don't, like, I there's a part of me that is really suspicious of other people's, like, interpretations and translations of a primary source. So that is, like, my just general gripe on the matter. And also with Lacan, it's just so, like, vibesy that, like, I find it a little, yeah, I find it even more suspicious to go to a secondary text. But, if you suggest it, then I always be suspicious and ignore me for sure. Just voicing my own Lacan as a nightmare? Yeah, he's been a fucking nightmare. Absolute fucking nightmare. Like, genuinely, I've lost years off of my life just doing this. And this is one seminar! He's like, what, 27? Like, no, I don't think it's 27. Was it 27? I don't remember exactly. I was focused, because I was like, okay, so I'll read, I speed ran 4 and 6, just to make sure that I wasn't missing any context, and I've already kind of, like, had the general, like, basic knowledge of what most of them go through. But I honed in on doing the disgusting amount of research that I've done of just reading and rereading and going through the translations and decoding and retranslating and like, I have actual just, like, fucking paragraphs upon paragraphs of just, like, me being like, this is the translation of this, and actually this is translated wrong, and just shit like that. So yeah, it's been a fucking nightmare because I'm such a purist. The USA is so weird now. Europe and Canada separate. Yes, I think. But yeah, that's just been my gripe lately. I wanted to do just a fun, silly video on the diagrams, and it led into this huge rabbit hole that has taken several months and probably years off of my life of just translating Lacan, because Lacan doesn't even want to use language sometimes to actually articulate something, like a general thought, and it is so fucking irritating. But alas, I think that's, like, the deepest irony. And perhaps it's the funniest part. But yeah, maybe, okay. If you say that Fink and Zizek are good, then I'll do it. Weird fucking ballrooms and harassing Cuba and Greenland. Oh, well, harassing Cuba's been forever. Rate Sigmund Freud on a scale of Pythagoras to Epicurus. Epicurus is like a fucking 10, dude. Goodness though, all that Lacan is basically despotic signification for D&G. It's not going to waste to understand. I mean, yes, I just like, fuck, dude. I really don't. Like, all of these offshoots of. All of these little fucking offshoots of Freud make me want to, like, rip my skin off. Like, genuinely, the only one that I think I actually, like the work of, like, genuinely just enjoy reading, has been Jung. That's because he gets weird and esoteric about it. And even then, I haven't even fully delved into it because I've been so stuck in here, that, I wanted to allocate a month to just reading Jung, so I could really get into, like, the nitty gritty of, like, exactly what he's alluding to. Because I'm a fucking pedant. I'm deeply pedantic. And where was I going with this? There was a thought. Yeah, no. Jung, who else? Becker's a really good one, but also Becker's extremely articulate. Like, you don't lose anything there, and also he's a lot more recent too, so I guess that helps. And also he was like 40 when he died, which is really sad. But yeah, need the reading to understand to some degree. Pythagoras is also based, in my opinion. Are you saying, like, on the level of, like, narc to punk? Because if we're saying Freud on the level of narc to punk, it depends on what context. If we're talking about in modernity, Freud is definitely, like, total, like, narc. Like, he's like, I don't know, he's like a, like, military dog. But if you go back then, he was definitely more punk, because this was all just, like, very new agey, hadn't been thought of type thing. So that's your little history on it. I went in prior streams, I went more onto the history of Freud, but I I don't have it in me to elaborate here. I hope this little rant about Lacan and his translations have been enjoyable for you guys as I lose my fucking mind over it for, like, the 50th time. But yeah, everyone who's seen me in a stream, don't ignore the Stoics. I will ignore the Stoics. You know why? Because everyone's bastardized Aurelius so much, and I've read Meditations multiple times. And Epictetus is also just, like, I don't know, because it's based in hierarchy, and it's like, it's meant for a very specific person, and it has, like, aesthetic roots, especially in its values and virtue. And I'll butcher this because I'm more Epicurean than Stoic, and I think Stoicism is just Epicureanism with extra steps. That's where I land on the spectrum. But it is not. Wait, which part it is not? Because there's a lag here. I think we have, like, a 20-second lag. Stoics are the opposition to hierarchy. I mean, I have a gripe with that, and I kind of wrote about it too. I didn't publish it, but go on that, because if you're saying that, because it exists solely in a framework of hierarchy and stepping down from position of power, at least in the sense of Aurelius, and debatably Epictetus as well, because despite him being disabled in his context, he was disabled as a, like, war veteran, which was still considered, like, a very venerable position. And he wasn't at all, he was, like, I believe the slave of the slave, the freed man of Emperor Nero, and then was also a freed man afterwards. So, and still a tutor of the greats, you know? Like, there's a reason his lectures were, like, preserved to whatever extent. So it's not like he was a man of, like, no acclaim. Still in a position of power. So I would say that it is something that perpetuates hierarchy in whatever form it takes. even if it is saying, oh, one must step down from such a position. Not saying that. Okay, go explain, because I don't know what. I saw that you released a 2-hour video on it, but I didn't get to see it because I've been torturing myself. And also, while you explain that, whoever's watching this VOD is going to be super mad at me because I took I don't even know how long just now to rant about Lacan again, which I've done every stream so far that I've been reading Freud. So I'm going to read really quick for these next 2 pages, and chat, you know what to do so that we fool YouTube into thinking that this is relevant and pushing it, and we kill YouTube, but also make YouTube think that Freud is good. Do you wonder, wait. Ooh. Do you wonder why some of these texts are popular is because of how obtuse they read? Everyone has a sunk cost fallacy and more attachment due to the effort needed to get through it. Pythagoras is peace through pain, and Epicurus is peace through rationality. That's a very condensed version of both of those thinkers. Kind of. I do agree to an extent, ish. But as it relates to what Woob said, Woobalicious. That's very funny. I think that there is a lot of truth to that statement. Le système stoïcien. Go on that. See where this is going. The text you're speaking of exists after being translated by Christian monks, which means they're angled and rebuilt to fit their own systems. If you read the French, I recommend Goldschmidt's work, Le Système Stoïcien. Yeah, I've read, that's been recommended to me. I've read small bits and pieces, but once again, I do, just fundamentally, especially, I think also just reading Stoic philosophy so it relates to the more popular works. Someone who goes by, particularly in stream, we refer to me in he, him pronouns. Because I am the king. And also whatever else chat refers to me as, brother, father, what have you, male signifiers. They saw when Jesus returned, he was an 80-year-old man covered in orange Wow. Small text, or I can't read anymore. Okay, got the message. Carrara? Okay, wait. Everyone who listens to this VOD is going to hate me. Grand Leader. That one sounds a little worrying. Justin. But, yeah. Also, this, Grand Leader, it's pretty neutral. Mascara. I see. Yeah, no. Chat refers to me in, male signifiers and pronouns. Stoic ontics is a flat cosmology. There is nothing higher or lower. There is all one substance, one level. VOD watchers will be fine. They can easily skip forward. Yeah, I'll make sure to put timestamps and everything. I know. I know. The thing is that I think in practice is where people want to hear you speak Japanese. I speak fluent Japanese. Lol, it's why Spinoza references them. I know. Brother. Yes, I know. The thing is that I don't think in practice that is actually what is, because it's, like, one must still understand that it's not a basis in egalitarianism, right? My summary is super overly simple. What did I miss? Ah! I lost my train of thought. If you asked me like several months ago about this, I had a very heated opinion on this. And I know what you're referring to, but like I think and maybe this is more of like tropical yapping sessions are the most interesting points in the stream. It's the points that all the fucking viewers show up for. Me just yelling about like, nah, and this thing about philosophy is fucking wrong. But well, it's not even that it's wrong. It's just I think it's like horribly misinterpreted. There's a reason I had to do 10 essays debunking broism. See, that is why I respect you. I genuinely really appreciate that because it's just like, oh, they're getting it so fucking wrong. And it gets under my skin. It just irritates me. And it's like deeply like not even anti-egalitarian, but the basis is just on like a presumed hierarchy and a presumed place in hierarchy. Even though you're right, like it is a flat cosmology. It's meant to be, but it's just like, oh, one must step down from a position of power. Oh, I'm so virtuous. I didn't accept this whore that my dear emperor / grandfather Nero bestowed upon me. Like, oh man, yeah, good for you, fucking Aurelius. Like, cool. I'm glad your wife is obedient and shit. I don't know. Sweden is coming to USA and winning the World Cup next month. Honestly, good for Sweden. Let me rant for an hour about why this guy is wrong about philosophy point. Me about, like, most philosophers I don't like. There are very few that I really, really dislike. 'Cause even, like, oh my god, and I hate to say this, even Heidegger is like, he has some points where I'm like, I see what you're referring to there. Even though most of this was produced during a point in which you were trying to make Nazi propaganda, which is fucking weird that we're removing that context recently. I don't know why we stopped doing that, that's odd. But, let us not forget that this was definitely a point in which he got rectorship for the Nazi party while he was publishing most of this work. Let's not forget that. But, like, I can see the fundamental basis of why. And also, he was writing this before they were put into a position of power, even though he obviously changed it a little bit to help with the perpetuation of the message for propaganda for the Nazi party. So, yeah, there's certain, like, I can see the appeal there. Certain other philosophers, I'm just like, what the fuck is this guy on about? Like, genuinely, I read it and I'm just like, oh, this is garbage. But yeah, we had a reading of Heidegger through Deleuze in early QC and it was pretty wonderful. See, the thing is that you can't have Heideggerian philosophy, I think you cannot remove the context of, because that is it's too, like, weird. It lends itself too much to, like, weird neocon esotericism that I think can just be misused. And I don't like that. Even though I think that there are a lot of really good aspects of Heideggerian philosophy. I really enjoy Sloterdijk, I can't pronounce his name for the life of me, writing. All the philosophy, but goddamn gorgeous prose. True. Nazis hated Freud, though. Depends on which one, but, you know, some people just like to retroactively reframe Freud for a lot of things. Just like they fucking do with Nietzsche. But, that's a whole other can of worms, and I'm not getting into fucking Nazism on stream. No, it's not happening. Bye. No, bad. 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 No, bad. But yeah, okay. I'm glad we got my little Lacan rant out of the way. I'm sorry for VOD listeners, unless you actually enjoyed me freaking the fuck out for a second there. Yeah. Probably poorly articulated some things because live, but yeah, no, that's me getting. Oh man, I've just lost all of my hydration because yelling. But alas, chat, you guys know. Such a fascinating subject though. Slooch. Depends what you mean by fascinating, because I wouldn't say Nazis are fascinating, more as I have a very morbid curiosity on occasion. And even then, it's not that deep of a curiosity. I feel like I'm getting messages that I can't fully see. Future philosophers won't write anything if we if we only live in the past, motherfuckers. Wait, how are you... Where is that even coming from? That didn't show up in chat. Future philosophers won't write anything if we only live in the past. How are you going to write anything without a point of reference as to what has currently been written? You know? And then also, like, is what you're writing really relevant enough? Has it already been written before? Has it been elaborated upon in a way that's been more articulate and more well thought out by someone who is older than you? It doesn't, like, a lot of these things don't need some sort of a... So back to the paragraphs. Yes, thank you. Chat, you know, to yap it up, I have live chat on. It's not, I don't have top chat, so that's weird. Yeah, no, I have live chat on. But, yeah. So, let us continue reading. You guys know that, keep yapping it up. Say whatever you want, so long as it doesn't TOS me or whatever. Live in the moment, yes. Carpe diem and shit. And I'm gonna continue reading. I forgot where I left off because we went on this rant and I think I've been doing it for like 30 minutes. The conscious surface of the psyche sits between the shielded outside. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, going back to reading. Guys, yap it up in chat so we can full YouTube, kill YouTube, don't kill YouTube, maybe? Full YouTube. The specific unpleasure, physical pain, and is probably the result of the protective shield having been broken through in a limited area. There is then a continuous stream of excitations from the part of the periphery concerned to the central apparatus of the mind, such as we could normally arise only from within the apparatus. And how shall we expect the mind to react to this invasion? Cathectic energy is summoned from all sides to provide sufficiently high cathexes of energy in the environs of the breach. An anticathexis on a grand scale is set up for those for whose benefit all the other psychical systems for whose benefit all the other psychical systems are impoverished, so that the remaining psychical functions are extensively paralyzed or reduced. We must endeavor to draw a lesson from such examples such as this and use them as a basis for our metaphysical speculations. From the present case, then, we infer that a system which is itself highly cathected is capable of taking up an additional stream of fresh flowing energy and of converting it into quiescent cathexis, that is, of binding it psychically. The higher the system's own quiescent cathexis, the greater seems to be its binding force. Conversely, therefore, the lower its cathexis, the less capacity it will have for taking up such inflowing energy, and the more violent must be the consequences of such a breach in the protective shield against the stimuli. To this view, it cannot be justly objected that the increase of the cathexis around the breach can be explained far more simply as the direct result of the inflowing masses of excitation. If that was so, the mental apparatus would merely receive an increase in its cathexis of energy, and the paralyzing character of pain and the impoverishment of all other systems would remain unexplained. Nor do the very violent phenomena of discharge to which the pain gives rise effect our explanation, for they occur in a reflex manner, that is, they follow without intervention of the mental apparatus. The indefiniteness of all our discussions on what we describe as metapsychology is, of course, due to the fact that we know nothing of the nature of the excitatory process that takes place in the elements of the psychical systems, and we do not feel justified in framing any hypotheses on the subject. We are consequently operating all the time with a large unknown factor, which we are obliged to carry over into every new formula. It may be reasonably supposed that this excitatory process can be carried out with energies that vary quantitatively. It may also seem probable that it has more than one quality, in the nature of amplitude, for instance. As a new factor, we have taken into consideration Breuer's hypothesis that charges of energy occur in forms so that we have to distinguish between two kinds of cathexis that presses on towards discharge and a quiescent cathexis. We may perhaps suspect that the binding of the energy that streams into the mental apparatus consists in its change from a We may perhaps suspect that the binding of the energy that streams into the mental apparatus consists in its change from a freely flowing into a quiescent state. We may, I think, tentatively venture to regard the common traumatic neurosis as a consequence of an extensive breach being made in the protective shield against stimuli. This would seem to reinstate the old naive theory of shock, in apparent contrast to the later and psychologically more ambitious theory which attributes etiological importance not to the effects of mechanical violence, but to fright and the threat of life. These opposing views are not, however, irreconcilable, nor is the psychoanalytic view of the traumatic neurosis identical with the shock theory in its crudest form. The latter regards the essence of the shock as being a direct damage to the molecular structure or even to the historical structure of the elements of the nervous system, whereas we seek to understand the effects produced on the organ of the mind by the breach in the shield against the stimuli and by the problems that follow in its train. As we still attribute importance to the element of fright. And we still attribute importance to the element of fright. It is caused by a lack of any preparedness for anxiety, including lack of hypercathexis of the systems that would be the first to receive the stimulus. Owing to their low cathexis, those systems are not in a good position for binding the inflowing amounts of excitation, and the consequences of the breach in the protective shield follow all the more easily. It will be seen, then, that preparedness for anxiety and the hypercathexis of receptive systems can constitute the last line of defense of the shield against stimuli. Sorry. In the case of quite a number of traumas, the difference between the systems that are unprepared and systems that are well prepared through being hypercathected. What a fucking word. Hypercathected. Well prepared through being hypercathected may be a decisive factor in determining the outcome, though where the strength of a trauma exceeds a certain limit, this factor will no doubt cease to carry weight. The fulfillment of wishes, as we know, brought about in a hallucinatory manner by dreams, and under the dominance of the pleasure principle, this has become their function. But it is not in the service of that principle that the dreams of patients suffering from traumatic neuroses lead them back with such regularity to the situation in which the trauma occurred. We may assume, rather, that the dreams are here helping to carry out another task, which must be accompanied before the dominance of the pleasure principle can before the dominance of the pleasure principle can even begin. These dreams are endeavoring to master the stimulus retrospectively by developing the anxiety whose omission was the cause of the traumatic neurosis. They thus afford us a view of function of the mental apparatus which, though it does not contradict the pleasure principle, is nevertheless independent of it, and seems to be more primitive than the purpose of gaining pleasure or avoiding unpleasure. This would seem to be the place, then, to which to admit for the first time an exception to the proposition that dreams are fulfillment of wishes. Anxiety dreams, as I have shown repeatedly and in detail, offer no such exception. Nor do punishment dreams, for they merely replace forbidden wish fulfillment by the appropriate punishment for it. That is to say, they fulfill the wish of the sense of guilt which is the reason to repudiate the impulse. But it is impossible to classify as wish fulfillments the dreams we have been discussing which occur in the traumatic neuroses, or the dreams during the psychoanalyses which bring to memory the psychical traumas of childhood. They arise, rather, in obedience to the compulsion to repeat, though it is true that in analysis that compulsion is supported by the wish, which is encouraged by a suggestion to conjure that which has been forgotten and repressed. Thus, it would seem that the function of dreams, which consists in setting aside any motives that might interrupt sleep, by fulfilling the wishes of the disturbing impulses, is not their original function. That's how you know I love you guys. And I just keep going. And I appreciate everyone who's just, like, yapping in chat. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It really does help. It really, really does help. Do more Philosophy 101 videos. I would love to, genuinely. I think after this video, I'm going to do more, like, fundamental philosophy. Like, here's your primer. Here you go. Ta-da! Really done shit. Yep. Thank you for the accent. Anytime. Spamming mushrooms, yes. Quiescent cathexis, yep. Leca, Colette Solaire, Bond. Not going to pronounce the rest of that correctly. Holy shit, there's a brain rot corner. This is the real service. Yeah, good, ooh. Somehow lost my place. I find Jung's pre-war stuff. I'm finding an archetype. Slooch, don't do that. No, bad. No. Good night. Whose translation is this? I see, I read some of the, do you ever have someone talking turns reading? Good night, try not to sleepwalk. Do you ever, read then drink in the middle of reading? Yes, constantly. Freud's nephew was Edward Bernays, and then Edward Green's nephew was a co-founder of Netflix. Interesting, Slooch. I didn't know that. Wait, post source. I think I almost understand Freud. Let me guess. Peace through self-delusion. No, that's not what he's getting at here. Edward Bernays is the most influential person nobody's heard of. He bought Freud's academic research and pushed whole "you want to shag your mother and kill your father" narrative. Book sold. I think Freud was kind of already doing that. What you need help with. Socrates was peace through game of kicking ball past the goalie. Right, I'll show myself out. Welcome. Wildly important section of the book. Yes. Sources, I made it up. Makes you think about Netflix a little differently, doesn't it? Not particularly. I don't even watch Netflix, if I'm gonna be honest. Woo! Okay. Sorry, just caught up with chat. Hi. Genuinely. Ugh. Reading Freud. I really liked the superego and the id. Or sorry, Migo and the id. This is absolute fucking hell to get through. It's not hell. It's more so just, like, pretty annoying. But, I see... It would be... perhaps a little... The word isn't disingenuous. The word is more... not... perhaps dangerous for me to interpret Freud for you. So, if you really want to understand this text, this is more so your primer. I am your first layer for you to want to read this yourself and be like, okay, I genuinely just, like, heard this in the background. I kind of understood some points. Later on, you want to watch the stream again? Re-listen to the things. I don't want to reinterpret and, like, mash someone's words in my mouth for you and then vomit into your mouth like a mother bird, right? I want you to be able to think critically about this. Therefore, I want you to take this text and interpret it. I'm giving you the easiest basis in which I can do so. That is the point of these streams, at least. Freud here defines trauma, explains why some traumas turn into neuroses, redefines traumatic dreams really do, and all of that then there shows there is something that existed before the pleasure principle. Yeah, I mean, yes, essentially. That's what he's alluding to here. But I think that he builds up the argument more, because if you don't follow the logical reasoning as to why he's saying all this, even though some of it is, like, kind of pseudoscience because you don't know the brain like that, especially he didn't know the brain like that, at this point at least, like, there's no way that, like, the protective shield on the outer layer, like, we didn't fucking know that, but, like, I think that if you want to understand Freud, he's quite articulate here, and he's not, like, when you actually go through and you just are, like, sentence by sentence, he's quite articulate. He's not missing it. He's not making something more unnecessarily complicated than it needs to be. He's actually just kind of saying the thing very bluntly. Thomas says, wonder where, listen, we use male pronouns for me in chat. Male signifiers and pronouns. Very much. It was all suppositional and very early shit. The idea we have external protective element and softer inner bit tends to be how we colloquially understand shit. Yeah, because, like, what was he fucking referring to here? Like, the... Oh my gosh, I literally... The meninges, there we go. Sorry. Wow. Like, I'm assuming he's referring to the meninges here, but... He doesn't... Does he know what meninges do at this point in time? I don't know. I don't think he knows. They don't do this. Like... So, yeah. Let's go. Let us continue. Okay. No, not really. He's not a physicalist here. I didn't assume so. He doesn't really come off as one, because he literally brings up, like, the prefrontal cortex, and he's like, I wonder why we put everything that's more, capable of analysis in the front of the brain where it can be more easily injured. And it's like, brother, I think you want the stuff that's doing the basic functions more hidden. But anyway. Is being more descriptive of the productive elements. His materialism is more like Marx, yeah. Why do you prefer male pronouns in the chat? Slooch, it started in some of the first few streams that I did. I don't remember who it was. I think it was Justin that referred to me in male pronouns. And then from there, chat just decided that it's he, him pronouns, male signifiers. If you refer to me, it's like king, brother, father, what else? Like chief, boss, things of that nature. So he, him pronouns and all, like, like mailman, merman, I don't know. But yeah, that's the general, it's just a bit that we just keep doing at this point. Okay. And we continue. Wait, another sip. To not be possible for them to perform that function of the whole mental life had accepted the dominance of the pleasure principle. There is a beyond pleasure principle. It is only consistent to grant that there was also a time before the purpose of dreams, before the purpose of dreams was the fulfillment of wishes. This would imply no denial of their later function. But if once this general rule may be broken, a further question arises. May not dreams, with a view to the psychical binding of traumatic impressions, obey the compulsion to repeat? May not such dreams occur outside the analysis as well? And the reply can only be decided affirmative. Where I have argued elsewhere that war means neuroses, insofar that the term implies something more than a reference to the circumstances of the illness's onset, may very well be traumatic neuroses that which have been facilitated by a conflict in the ego. The fact to which I have referred to on page 6, that a gross physical injury can simultaneously caused simultaneously by the trauma diminishes the chances that a neurosis will develop. Becomes intelligible if one bears in mind two facts becomes intelligible if one bears in mind two facts which have been stressed by psychoanalytic research. Firstly, that mechanical agitation must be recognized as one of the sources of sexual excitation. Freud, why? Anyway. And secondly, that painful and feverish illnesses exercise a powerful effect so long as they last on the distribution of the libido. Freud, again. The downstream effect of this fucking verbiage, bro. Like, even to Bataille, like, what the fuck? Anyway. Sorry, this is a personal gripe of mine. But on the, thus, on one hand, the mechanical violence of the trauma would liberate a quantity of sexual excitation, which, owning the lack of preparation for anxiety, would have a traumatic effect. But on the other hand, the simultaneous physical injury by calling for a narcissistic hypocathexis of the injured organ would bind the axis of excitation. It is also well known, though the libido theory has not yet made sufficient use of the fact that such severe disorders in the distribution of the libido as melancholia are temporarily brought on to an end by intercurrent organic illness, and indeed that even a fully developed condition of dementia praecox is capable of a temporary remission in these same circumstances. Chapter 5! Ah, yay! Brother, emphasis on the apologies, King. No problem, Thomas. LMAO. It's actually more reasonable than your translation makes it sound. He's saying that when you're sick and feverish or injured, libidinal energy, psychic energy, or just read it somewhere else. Normal libido spread across objects for Freud. When it's seriously ill, it's pulled back into the body and suffering. Yes. I try not to, like, once again, sort of, like, chew up and... Because I think that a very fundamental aspect of this is that, like, isn't Freud and more discredited nowadays? I've noticed a lot of people revisiting how they think in Freud and his work. Sexual isn't fuck energy exactly. Yeah, no. The sexual, as Freud describes it, is almost never. I mean, it's more descriptive of, like, the action / the energy / the function in psychoanalytic theory as like a drive more than it is to the actual sexual as we understand it in the modern sort of, like, colloquial, right? So I just have a gripe with it because I just think it's language that has fucking aged so poorly, and I think it was things that he really only used for marketing purposes, and that's why I have a gripe with it, because I'm just like, what the fuck are you on about, man? Like, why'd you have to say fucking, like, oh yes, your child is anal retentive? Like, shut the fuck up. Economically excitation within his unconscious. Yes. I watched this and pretend to be smart. Even Candace Owens was going on about Freud being discredited a few months ago, lol. I mean, Freud is, like, actually just wrong about a lot of shit. That's not a thing that most people would contest. It's just Freud was also, like, correct and also the fundamental basis for, like, modern psychology as we have it right now. So we can discredit him, but also, like, not everything was useless, you know? That would be way too reductive of this man's work. He was fundamental to this entire field of not only psychoanalysis, but also psychology. Discredited was like saying Newton was discredited. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can discredit him in the way of like, oh, this certain theory did not hold up over time, but it doesn't remove the fact that he was the fundamental basis for psychology and psychoanalysis, like, becoming what they are today. And on top of that, like, because before that, we had, like, what? Sorry, you have neuroses and melancholia because of the four humors. Or you are this one had a little bit of weight. You were predisposed to it genetically. Or you are not virtuous enough. Like, and Freud was one where he was like, perhaps, actually, in fact, it is what we expose the child to as stimuli that they take into adulthood. And then we're like, whoa, wow, what a concept. And now we have fucking psychology. Like, this, yeah, you're welcome. Was Freud a genius? Define genius. Don't forget astrology. What about astrology? What about it? I'm not gonna front. I love the interpretations of astrology. Whoa! 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 Like, yeah, no. Very nice answer. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's just fundamentally, if you want to understand. Finished reading Kafka on the Shore. When you started going over Freud, I think it's a great book to read to get a good perspective on Sigmund's POV if you enjoy fiction. Transference is a big deal. Freud also gave mechanical understandings to Hume, yeah, and understanding of material conditions to impact our formation. Also, people literally don't think childhood shit mattered to you as you grow. Yeah, literally. Like, we want to discredit Freud because we're like, oh, he was like coked out all the time. And yes, he was. Well, not all the time. But like, you know, those are like the silly anecdotes that we like put into like, you know, pop understandings of him. Fundamentally, his work was like kind of was groundbreaking. Like, it was hugely impactful for the field it started, which was psychoanalysis and psychology, and he had so many not predecessors, the other thing, the one that comes after. I'm forgetting the word. Come on. You know what I mean. He had so many mentees, whatever the correct word is, that came after him, that reinterpreted his works and added so much more modern understandings, that it's what we have now. That is, we started this because of Freud's little fucking stint here. Like, we can't discredit him, really. We can't fully discredit him, at least. You're sad because Mercury's in retrograde. Listen, Mercury's in Gatorade right now as we speak. I don't know, actually. I just like it because I think, oh God, look away from me now, but, despite my deep dislike of Lacan, I think astrology says more about the person doing the interpretation, much like tarot, than it does about, the person being, oh wait, did my camera freeze? What? More than it does about the actual person being read or described. So I find that terribly interesting. But yeah, I don't know. That's like the unconscious, conscious. My Stoic video is 30 minutes on how amazing astrology can be. Are we on the same vibe? Are we on the same vibe? Not a technical definition, but he was someone who saw things in the way that no one else could or did. Perhaps. Can't sleep. Work starts in 3 hours. Sleep. Go to sleep. No, you must sleep for work. No, that is very important. I appreciate you being here, but no, not above your own ability to, like, cognate, you know? Millionaires don't use astrology, but billionaires do. But it makes no difference unless fate has ordained it. J.P. Morgan, supposedly. Slooch, we need a source for that. Even though I've seen it in person, which is very odd. But, like, I still want a source. I'm a purist. Sleep is for the weak? No, sleep is for the functional. That's the truth. You want low function? Fine. Who am I to tell you? But I prefer to be functional. Disciples, proteges, yes. Those are the words that I was looking for. The words were not coming to mind because I'm in front of a camera and I'm reading text that, like, makes me want to fucking... Saturn is literally coming towards us, tropical stuck. Saturn is on its way to us right now as we speak. Saturn is on its way. I need you to understand, Saturn is on its way to us right now. Ancient Mesopotamia space racism. No, because we don't even use the Mesopotamian understandings of these fucking constellations. So no, we can't say that. They're Greek. The Mesopotamian ones are cool. And weird amount of overlap with the Greek ones. I'm not really sure why. That wasn't my niche. But, like, I think it's cool that there's so much overlap. Although Ishtar should have stayed a constellation. Like, let's be real. Anyway. Shall we continue? Or shall I end this at a measly 4 hours? You guys have, what? I'm going to give you an entire minute to decide in chat. Say yes, you want me to continue yapping for the next chapter. Or no, yap for stream now and then end. Sleep 8 hours every day. I'm very far from functional. Listen, Helmet. We are functional, and it takes multiple things to get us to functionality. Sleep is one of them. If there's something else that's not working, then I'm not a doctor. Fuck. My friend worked for movie promotion in Europe. He told me that YouTube boosts comments that use 7 words in chat. Really? Interesting. Yes, yap. Yes, yap. What I find interesting is how little astrology was prosecuted by Christians. Keep going. Yes. Wait, yes to read or yes to yap? You need to specify. Giving you another minute. It's 11:06 for me right now, so at 11:07. 7 words in every comment that will do it. Okay, I trust that opinion. Or maybe we need a source, but I feel like these things are not common knowledge anyway. I mean, we wouldn't want us to know. Yes? Yes to which? Yes to yap or yes to read? Yes, okay, so we have yap, read, yap. And then we have a bunch of yeses. Which is it? Which is it? Which is it gonna be? No, it's 11:07. One was redacted. Yap. Oh, so we're just, okay, yap. Okay, so we're, chapter 5 will remain chapter 5. And we're on page 19 of 34. Mix of yapping and a little reading. We can't do both because I'm gonna want to just finish the chapter. Like, I'm gonna 6, 7. You're unk for saying that. Everybody write yes instead of 7 words, my friends. Yeah, write. Make a sentence of 7 words for some reason. Are you sure that's not just in YouTube comments? Sleepwalking? Like, I guess if you're going to leave a YouTube comment on this video, make sure it is 7 words or more or something. And to everyone who liked the video, thank you. I appreciate it. Yee. We all know 6ix9ine. No, see, 6ix9ine is double unk. Double unk. It loops back around into being funny, but we got to acknowledge that it's double unk. Thanks for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing, Captain Flowers and Sundays. Really appreciate that. And everyone who liked the video, thank you. You guys mean a lot, genuinely. Albanian war crimes. What are you talking about? I did no such things. I did no such things. I did not. Did you? But, okay. Whew. Unk squared. Yes, exactly. Yes, sir. Unk squared. Oh, I ruined my background. Except I fixed it, but how could I? Die. I hope you guys are enjoying my melodrama. You could yap about why Jung is far superior to Freud. See, that would require me to have read more extensively Jung than I have Freud at this point. And I haven't. Because you know why? I've been reading fucking Freud and Lacan. I haven't been able to read any... God, everyone who's going to watch this VOD is going to be so mad at me for yapping again. The viewers went, yeah. We are all unk. You are more great unk. I am greatest unk. I will have you all know. I am true unk. Jung is far inferior to Freud. That is a hot take, Brooks. And I think I would disagree with it. Just on the basis of I really, like, from what I've consumed of Jung so far, he's onto something. I don't know. Weird. He's weirdly, he's got it in a weird way. Does he know what he's got? I don't even think he knows. I don't know. Minecraft gameplay 1. How did you know? I don't know. I might actually take some people, because I have a bunch of people that I do want to do, like, sort of interviewee podcast sort of situations with. And I was thinking in Minecraft, but, we have a server for it, but I need to figure out how to do it. If they're mad at the yapping, they are fake Tropical Stuck fans. I guess so. I want to like Jung and I cannot bring myself to. I think, because, like, the whole Green Lion devouring the sun was very interesting, like, the concept of that. Going back to the topic of Stoicism, have you read Pali Canon, got In the Buddha's Words by, Bhikkhu Bodh? No. Use even 7 words separate, my dear friends, it helps. If you are watching this video at this point and feel like fucking with YouTube, on this video, comment 7 words or something. According to Sleepwalking, apparently that helps me, which, you know, I'm not opposed to. Jung driving towards a true wholeness. His teleological bullshit in a very good rapper. I think that I haven't seen enough proof against it. And that's why I find it very interesting. And I know that it's made so that it cannot be fundamentally, like, debunked in that manner. But, like, I think that is such an interesting concept. So, the color me curious. But then again, I haven't fully dived into Jung as I have with Freud. So, take my opinion with a grain of salt. There's a movie called A Dangerous Method about Jung and Freud. Keira Knightley, Viggo Mortensen is Freud. Fassbender is young, unique movie. Keira Knightley is the only person that I needed to hear in that lineup for me to be interested in because I really like her acting. Oh my god, she's fantastic. I'm gonna say on my reading list. Okay. But yeah, okay. I can show you the Freud, except I really don't want to, 'cause this book's been a nightmare. Except not really, 'cause there are other ones that are worse. Young system inevitably recodes singular becomings back into a small set of pre-given figures. It's transcendent knowledge built in. Yeah, I say this is an ex-fan of Jung. Interesting. See, that adds an extra layer of just like, Because I think, like, it just, there's something, like, that kind of, the inherent idea of, like, fun, like, a weird collective conscious that it arises, and, like, it kind of is like a no shit scenario, but wait, I heard a comment, but I don't see a new one. Is there something wrong with my chat? Apparently not. Okay, that's weird. There's interesting stuff to take, but a system presumes knowledge outside experience at some level that he never figured out. Yeah, exactly! And that's the most frustrating part! Like, what? But, alas, we're subject to not know, but also we're subject to read Freud, who also didn't fucking know. So, like, not to the same extent. But, like, also, we haven't even mapped the human brain. Like, we're genuinely just kind of in the dark ages, if we're gonna be honest. So I find all of this genuinely, like, interesting theory, but I know very well the capacity of the technology that we have right now. It's the same thing Lacan hits too. Yeah, but Lacan hits it in a way that's, like, so fucking, like, posh, pretentious, academic. Je vais pas m'expliquer. Like, shut the fuck up. But, I just like Jung's embrace of the metaphysical. Know anything about Freud, but he seems like he doesn't consider the metaphysical at all. He brings up the metaphysical quite a few times, actually. But, he doesn't get into, like, he's definitely significantly more in the physical as it relates to, because he's the primer for Jung getting into the metaphysical, right? We're going to be very, like, sloppy about how we handle our definitions here. So but okay, I think, I don't know, you guys have, do we want more questions on Freud or Lacan? Because Subway Surfer just died. And also, I could go into more detail on all of my thoughts on all of these things. But I'm so excited for the day that I don't have to fucking read any of this. And I can do some nice little just fucking content on Epicurus. Or, like, fucking Plato or something. That might be nice. Like, I just want to, like, have a nice little moment of just, like, this is just cool little classical philosophy. Here's a little primer for you on something that's not that complicated. I'm not going into fucking Nick Land or Mark Fisher or Sadie Plant is really cool, actually. But or fucking Luciana Parisi. Yes, Plato. Yes, I know, I want to do Plato. I want to do Critias really badly for obvious reasons. But, alas, I was actually thinking, and we're small chat. We can keep a secret, right? Saw you collab with Sleepy and remembered your collab with Destiny. Watched that, collabing with all my faves. Do you read any contemporary philosophy? I read too much contemporary philosophy. I read enough that it makes me insane. Would you really? Would I really what? Plato tomorrow would be very nice, please. Oh, like would I read Plato? Ugh. That would be the dream. But alas, the thing is that I use these streams to do my homework on my videos. So until we finish anecdote from denial young made Freud faint once on a train, anecdote from denial of death, I think. I don't remember that anecdote and I read denial of death. Search Nick Land on YouTube and that's how you found the stream. Really? You should watch the Nick Land video. It's my only work at the moment. Cause I've been stuck in Lacan Land. But yeah, after Lacan, I think I'm going to take it easy on myself, probably do some Camus. And I already have that script written. It's easy. And I think what I don't like is doing easy things because I feel like it's just like, you know, you didn't have to work very hard for this one. Why would you get that bone, buddy? But number one contemporary philosopher is Jason Giorgiani. Jason Giorgiani? What makes you say that? What makes you say that? Good Nick Land video. Reason I'm here. Anyone who shits on Nick is right. Nick is right okay in my book. Thank you. I didn't see anyone else coming up with a very succinct way of just being like, I've read his work and I think it's kind of just sci-fi. Everyone has a video on Camus. Yeah, because Camus is like actually good. He's just really good, and if you read him, he's just good. His prose is fantastic, even in the translations, which is really hard to do. So, yeah. That's exciting. I love Camus, but I haven't really read him since coming out of a funk a couple years ago. We'll tune in for sure. It'll probably just be more so a video on, because I really also like, and you'll see everyone who saw the collaboration with Always Slightly Sleepy. We have another video coming out that we're hush-hush about, but it's already kind of on her supplemental channel where we talk about, like, because we did a collab on the Oresteia. Because I love Greek tragedies, and I love Greek, like, philosophy, like ancient Greek philosophy, and I really love Greek, like ancient Greek culture, Mycenaean culture, and Minoan culture. I think it's so interesting. And so, yeah, no, I think, like, probably, wait, where was I going with this? Yeah, oh, sorry, Myth of Sisyphus, I wanted to get into, like, because you never get, like, the full history of Sisyphus as it relates to Corinth, and so I have several sources open right now on my laptop as we speak of, like, Homer and, God, who else? How am I not remembering this off the top of my head? It's literally open in front of me. Ugh. I love being an idiot. Ovidius, Metamorphoses of Ovid. Ooh. I did a few streams. It's also shocking to me how few people realize he's actually fucking nuts. Wait, who are you referring to, Brooks? Oops, I missed Oh Not Again. Giorgiani's stuff is so interesting and extremely unique. I don't necessarily believe all his stuff, but it's very fun to read and listen to his talks there. Oh, you must be looking forward to Nolan's film. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I trust anyone with, adaptations of my favorite works. I don't know. Check out the Iliad, John Dolan translated, the War Nerd Iliad. Oh, you mentioned him on stream before, and I subscribed to him on Patreon. Patreon. Yeah, but I really, like, okay, love my Greek tragedies, love the Iliad, love the Odyssey. I think, like, Odysseus is, like, fucking, oh my god. Like, Oh, he's so cool. I just love him, even though he's kind of the reason that the fucking Trojan War started. Like, let's be real. But, you didn't have to say, like, oh, everyone's going to be in a pact with everyone else in case anything happens to this one marriage. And also, I really want your daughter Penelope. But, it's not meant for normal people. It's really fun if you like the original. It's not meant for normal people. Okay, color me curious. But like, I fucking, and also the Oresteia is really like, it means a lot to me. It's the Iliad made cynical and angry. That's funny. Kind of, is it? It's got that other undertone already. Gotta read more of him, but I learned this semester about a contemporary of Freud's named Alfred Adler. There we go. Yes, I've heard of him. He deserves so much more credit for modern therapeutic techniques. Lady of the Library did a review of the trailers, said it's already looking bad. Oh, bad, yeah. I'm 100% very apprehensive about Nolan's Odyssey movie is going to turn out. Yeah, thing is that productions like that have so many people touching it that like if I want an interpretation of a work, I want it to be something that is not meant for the entire populace to take, like, I want it to have a spin on it, or I want it to be an extremely exact representation of how it was. And I think that the way that things are set up in Hollywood right now, it's done so that it pleases the masses, and it is not something that I find as palatable as just fundamentally, like, whoa. Oops. That didn't happen. I find it just like, I just find it significantly more disagreeable. And it's not to say that there is not, like, fun to be had in that. I wouldn't have any fun with that, you know? So, no hate to anyone out there who genuinely enjoys that kind of thing, but to me, it just makes it significantly less, inspiring of a piece that is just palatable for the masses. Yeah. Nolan does not care about the masses. That is true. But I don't know if his interpretation of something because I'm not gonna lie, it's dear to me. I already have a nostalgic attachment. For someone to come in and say, I can do it better, Travis Scott is in that movie, that kind of makes it better. I think that's really funny. I think it's really goofy. That actually that's bonus points for me. But, I don't want something that is, I want either an extremely, ambitious, exact recreation, or I want something absolutely abstracted, and yet still somewhat, like, you can tell that there's care in the format in which the actual work was interpreted. Because that's what I care about. The work itself, it feels respected. I will sense that in the actual final product. And if I sense that, then by all means, do whatever the fuck you want. But I want the actual work itself to be respected. Nolan has them saying daddy instead of father. Is there a source on that? Meanings are not determined by the situations, but we determine ourselves by the meanings we give the situation. So true, bestie. Did you just dab? But yeah, no, I think that it's going to be ambitious. Make it ambitious. It needs to show care, it needs to show heart, it needs to show something interesting, and it needs to show something that if I consume it, I can tell it has love for the original text. And just, like, intrigue and something. Welcome back, Justin. But yeah, that's my general take. I don't really... Doors, did you just dab? What the heck? Turn swag mode on, Doors. Turn swag mode on. Oh, you did it before I even asked. Truly, the mod of mods. But yeah. If there is something to be said about modern adaptations of things, I don't even care if it's particularly like well adapted. I just want the theatrics. Pre-moved? Yes, exactly. I want the theatrics, and I want it... Yeah, it's in the trailer. Huh. Did you talk about the Odyssey? I loved Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? What? Where art thou? Where art thou? Yeah, see, I'm not Shakespearean. I'm definitely more of like the ancient Greek tragedy type. Give me Orestes. Give me Clytemnestra. Give me the Eumenides. Give me the libation bearers. I'll take it. I'll eat it up. Especially if the movie follows Emily Wilson's Odyssey translation. I feel like that's the major one now. Like 300, I think that's pretty good. 300? I think I saw it as a child. I never actually saw it as an adult. But I think that there were like some elements in it where it's just like, once again, theatricality, but don't assume the viewer is stupid. The movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And that's how you know I'm not tapped into culture. I read too many books, man. Ugh! I read too many books and I'm a fucking nerd. I hope that you guys enjoyed the fucking stream, because I'm just gonna like fucking go. Okay, bye.